That's also great start by Drake May today.
The Browns, meanwhile, have a third and
News. We interrupt our regularly scheduled programming to bring you special coverage of Florida Gators football right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Kevin Winter with you here on WRUF on a Sunday afternoon, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Multiple reports. Zach Albaverdi from On 3, Pete Thamel from ESPN have just sent the release out. Billy Napier has been fired as the head coach of the Florida Gators after 3+ seasons. The news had been speculated about for the last couple of weeks. I'm trying to pull up the stories from Pete Thamel, but we've been waiting for all of this. There was too much smoke this week for it all to be happening and start unraveling. The Gators fire Billy Napier, 22-23 in 4 seasons as the head coach of the Florida Gators, 3-4 this season. The Gators have a bye week this week before they take on Georgia coming up tomorrow. Coming up a week in 2 weeks on November 1st. Days start running together, everyone. Kevin Winter with you on WRUF. We are live, we are local, and we will be taking your phone calls. Steve Russell is on his way in. We are working the back channels to get all of our sources to try to get some interviews for you guys, but your phone calls are more than welcome. 392-8255, 392-8255. Billy Napier is out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. That is the news according to Pete Thamel, ESPN senior college football reporter. That is the news from Zach Alberverdi, one of the very best when it comes to covering the Florida Gators. Give you Zach Alberverdi's story that just got posted from Gators Online. Florida parts ways with Coach Billy Napier per Florida Scoop. Napier 22-23 in 3.5 seasons at UF. Look, let's all be honest with everyone out there. This season got derailed with the loss to UF in game number 2 of the season. And then with the schedule that we had, it just continued to drop. The pressure continued to mount. I've only been here for a short period of time, but I know all of you out there have been waiting for this. Don't even put me in that camp. But I know we got a job to do for all of you. And when I say that, I found it very interesting and maybe ironic or poetic that last evening, the individual who intercepted the pass and saved the game for the Gators, Mekhi Barrow, the only reason Mekhi Barrow is here is that he didn't get his scholarship taken away by the Gators, by Billy Napier, after when he had about 5 different felony charges in his senior year of high school. He was arrested, but Billy Napier and the Gators kept Mekhi Barrow around. And last night, Mekhi Barrow saved the game for the Gators. I found it very poetic that was the final ending for Billy Napier's tenure. Again, I'll be taking your phone calls. Steve Russell is on his way in as well. We'll take your phone calls. We have no official word from the UAA, but the stories are out there. If there is a press conference today, you will hear the press conference right here at WRUF. We are up and live and streaming on our YouTube channel at WRUF, home of the Gators. Click, subscribe, join the conversation there. We'll take your thoughts, take a lot of your comments. We'll kind of look back in the Billy Napier era, where this went wrong. If you ask me where this whole thing went wrong, first off, your quarterback was not healthy this year. That hindered stuff. I know many people have discussed the play calling over the years, and especially this season. Coming out of the Miami game, I was one very critical of the lack of urgency that the Gators had at the end of the first half. Even yesterday, the sense of urgency at the end of the first half before DJ throws the pick. First down play in your own territory, run to Jaden Baugh. Come on, man. Not to pile on, but that's one of those where you sit back and go, ugh. The reports, Billy Napier is out after 3.5 seasons as the head coach of the Florida Gators. This also sets up the question for all of you out there. 392-8255. 392-8255. What is next? I've heard it discussed by Steve Russell, and he's on his way in. This is the most important hire that the Florida Gator football program, in fact, this athletic department may have if you go back to before they hired Steve Spurrier. I'm going to let Steve say that. He'll clean that up a lot better than me, but I've heard Steve mention that the importance of this next hire. We'll start taking your calls, 392-8255. Again, what we know as of right now, as of this hour on a Sunday afternoon here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 103.7 HD2, anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app. According to Zach Alberverdi, according to Pete Thamel, Billy Napier is out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. Here's what I was told is the way the day transpired. As you can tell, we had some production ready to go. I was kind of waiting for this because we were told, look, where there's smoke, there's fire, everyone. We kind of knew something was coming. The story came out this past week in USA Today. Could Napier survive the weekend? Yesterday's performance was not stellar. It was there, but it wasn't exceptionally stellar. But they got to win. How much could you handle? Take Randy. Randy, you're up first here on a Sunday afternoon to WRUF as we go live and local. Billy Napier out as the head coach. Randy, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. Hey, listen, I want to pose a question to you.
Please.
As a 50-year-old Gainesville native and a longtime Florida fan. Do you feel like Florida fans deserve better than Billy Napier? I know that sounds like an obvious question, but I want your honest answer.
Yes. So you ask me that question. You ask me that question because I came from a part of the country that was very professional, that was professionally obligated, professional sports. Billy right now can't take this, hasn't been able to take this program to where I was watching it from afar. Does that make sense?
It does. But I am getting it at a point here. I want you to look at the fact that how have we treated the last, 4 or 5 coaches here in Gainesville? Do you think maybe we've pulled the trigger too quickly in a couple of instances?
That is a strong possibility. It's something I've heard many times. In fact, a friend of mine did a podcast about that. He tweeted about that and tagged me in it, and I was very unexpected to get tagged in it. We've become nothing. The premise was we've become nothing of a place that just continues to recycle coaches. Are our expectations too high? Is that one of the questions you're asking?
Yeah, it feels like there's a separation between expectations and reality, and I'll tell you why. This program was in the SEC for 63 years before they won their first SEC championship.
Yes.
We are not Alabama, and we are treating these coaches like we think we are. That is a problem.
Let me ask you a question.
Go
ahead. I'll let you continue.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I was going to say, Randy, and that's the mentality that I came from in a professional world, in the professional level, where we treat everything. You need immediate results, right? You don't have time to turn. You don't have time to turn things around. Braille Parcells used to have a slogan: "You are what your record says you are," and your record says you're a game under 500 in the SEC, right?
Right.
And if you look at the preseason prognostications, this team with the talent they have, this is exceptional talent. You deserve better. At least this team deserves to be performing better. This defense right now, I could argue, I will put this defense against some of the top defenses in the country. Part of this is also what I mentioned off the top. The Gators did not have a healthy quarterback off the beginning for the first, 5 games. Yesterday, I saw DJ Lagway, so that's actually 6 games. I watched DJ Lagway run yesterday like the guy that I thought I was going to see. But the injuries continued to mount.
Agree.
Right?
But there are other...
Go ahead.
Yeah. There are other SEC teams who have dealt with tremendous injury as well. And when you talk about the talent on the defense, yes, absolutely, you're correct. The problem is this is the SEC, and most teams we play have, almost equal or more talent. I mean, look, man, my point is we've got to adjust our expectations. We are not Alabama, and we are acting as though we are, and it's costing us coaches, and it's costing us our future. Just have a little humble pie and accept who we are at this point is my point.
It's a great call. Randy, appreciate it. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Look, it gives us something to discuss. But if you were to ask Gator fans, and also let's remember, part of this comes down to those who've got the money. Part of this comes down to those who've got the money. If they're not satisfied, well, sometimes you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. When they're not happy, if they're paying the money, they say, well, make a change. Even if it's make a change for make a change sakes. Kevin Winter with you here on WRUF 98.1 FM 850 AM. Again, the breaking news this afternoon, according to multiple sources, including Pete Thamel, Zach Galbaverdi have also tweeted this out. Billy Napier is out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. The Gators have a coaching search that is currently underway. It is on and it is underway. They will need a new head coach. I want to take everyone updated, and Porter in Cleveland, stay on the line, 392-8255, 392-8255. Porter in Cleveland, we'll get your calls. Billy, I'll get your call as well. I want to remind everyone, here are your NCAA portal rules now, because we are now in this world. Billy Napier is also the 10th head coach to be fired this season in college football. The NCAA implemented significant changes to the football transfer portal by moving to a single-day, 15-day window from January 2 to January 16. This eliminates the previous winter and spring windows. Another major change shortens the 30-day window for transfers following a coaching change in a 15-day window that begins 5 days after a new head coach is officially announced. Some changes may be challenged in court and could still be adjusted. But again, the window for the transfer portal now is not until 5 days after a new head coach is announced. That's the way this kind of goes. Kevin Winter with you, WRUF. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators, according to multiple reports. We are live and local, taking your reaction. Porter, you're up on WRUF. How are you, Porter, on Sunday afternoon?
Doing fine, doing fine, Kevin. I appreciate it. Let me give you two quick stats, one comment, and I'll let other people jump in there. Mississippi State yesterday became only the second team, along with South Carolina, the Napier has beaten twice.
Yep.
Since he's been here. I looked it up. Napier is undefeated against teams from the states of Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, New York, and Washington. Now, that sounds good until you realize Long Island and Eastern Washington are the two there, and Samford was the team from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, the statistics are where they are. I wanted to bring back a quick credit to Gator Dave. This was his. It was actually originally said about Ron Zook, but I think it's apropos now. You know, you look at the legend of coaches, and there's kind of the iconic pictures out there. You have the houndstooth fedora, Bear Bryant. You have Jim Tressel in his vest. You have Spurrier in his visor, and then you have Billy Napier in his propeller cap.
Come on, man. All right, Porter. I appreciate it. By the way, I'm half listening and also continuing to scroll through Twitter. It does appear wide receivers coach Billy Gonzalez has been named the interim head coach of the Florida Gators, according to multiple reports. Back to what I knew, and then we're going to line up the calls. 392-8255, 392-8255. Here's how this day went. You started seeing the reports come out. Graham Hall was a big source on Twitter. So was Zach Albaverdi. The Gators had a mandatory team meeting. They were called at 2 o'clock, in which the news was going to be discussed and broken, and that's probably why the tweets started falling out right after the 2 o'clock hour. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. Billy Gonzalez, the wide receivers coach, has been named the interim head coach. Remember, right now you've got Ron Roberts as your defensive coordinator, veteran on the team. An interesting one for me, everyone. Jabbar Jalouk was the associate head coach under Billy Napier. What happens to Jabbar Jalouk? Remember, he coached his first game yesterday, coming off of a 3-game suspension for physical contact with a player in the LSU game. What happens to Jabbar Jalouk? I know he was very tight with Billy Napier. Billy Gonzalez, the interim head coach. We continue to take your calls on a day for Florida Gator football. Unfortunately, for those of you in the business, we say it's a day for news. Billy Napier is out as the head coach. We go to Cleveland. Cleveland, you're up next here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Hi, Cleveland.
Yeah, hey, Kevin. Man, I know I'm in the minority, man, but I would like to see the guy have another year just because of the young talent he has on offense. And I know the landscape of college football has changed, but I remember when you used to have at least redshirt sophomores or redshirt juniors, especially at skill positions, to get you over the hump in college football. And my last comment would be that I hope somebody come here that will do better than Billy. Because if they don't do better than Billy, shit, they go.
Yep, see you, bye. Okay, hang on, I gotta let you go. Can't say that, Cleveland. Can't say that word. Can't say it. Look, he has the point of this goes back to what the previous caller said. Are we now a school that is going to recycle coaches over and over again? This is why I posed the question. Is this the most important hire for Florida athletics since they brought in Steve Spurrier back in 2000? Back in the early 90s or early 80s. Going to double check on that one. I'm going to let Steve Russell do that one. Is this the most important hire since Steve Spurrier was hired? Now, as it turned out, Spurrier became God around here, which he is. He always joke with him. I'm like, Coach, God, how are you? Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to see you, Coach. It is. That's the possibility. The talent. This team is loaded with talent. Loaded with talent. Let me ask you another question. What happens now to DJ Lagway? How do you all feel about DJ? DJ yesterday looked like the quarterback that I was told that I was going to be watching this season. DJ had mobility all over the place. He was off and running. He looked great yesterday afternoon. Billy Napier out as the Florida Gator head coach. Continue to take your calls. 392-8255. 392-8255. All the calls coming up. I want to remind you, you're listening to WRUF Gainesville, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 1037 HD2. The Dean of Gator Sports has stepped into the studio. We'll continue to take your calls. Billy Napier is out. Billy Gonzalez is named the new interim head coach for the time being. He's a wide receiver coach for the Florida Gators. I'll bring in Steve Russell. Steve and I will talk. We'll continue to take your calls all afternoon long. We're awaiting word is to find out whether or not there will be a press conference today. We are going to fly by the seat of our pants here, which is why I brought in Steve, shirt and tie and all on a Sunday afternoon. Steve Russell joins me next. Your calls, your comments at WRUF, home of the Gators on our YouTube channel. Loaded up at WRUF on social media. We are live and local for now. For a while, we'll take your calls all afternoon long here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 392-8255. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Gators. We continue to talk about it next here on WRUF.
You're home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Gator Country, we're all excited about our teams on the field, but you also need to be excited to experience the new sports merchandise retailer, Rally House. Located just blocks away from the swamp, near the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Ave, Rally House has all you need to get geared up for game day. Get a fresh fit from our new friends at Rally House. Your city, your house, Rally House.
This is special coverage of Florida Gator football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Kevin Winter with you. Steve Russell, the Dean of Gator Sports Talk Radio, has joined us. Graham Hall, who covers the Gators for @247 Sports, is on the line. Steve, I want to get your thoughts today. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators as we bring in Graham Hall in a matter of moments.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising. This was coming. As a matter of fact, if you talk to some people, they were surprised it didn't happen before this. Even though Florida won, the timing is right. We've seen this before with other coaches here. Bye week, a chance to get the staff, get their workloads, what they're going to do, let the kids adjust. Not surprising.
Not surprising. Graham Hall covers the Gators at 247 Sports. Graham is a UF grad, UF journalism school graduate. Graham, can you take us through the timeline of how this transpired today?
Well, this has been building for not just several days, but you could make the case that dating back to last year, Billy Napier was, in a sense, on borrowed time. He would have had to have an impressive 2025 season to last through this year. And as everyone knows, that did not start out well and give him good odds to retain that job. We had heard earlier in the week that win or lose, the bye week was being targeted as the ideal time to, like you said, make the change, give the interim head coach, which is going to be Billy Gonzalez, someone who's now in his third stop at Florida, a national champion, highly regarded, signed a great recruiting class last year at wide receiver. Time to establish himself and get comfortable and set up the new systems in place here. This was something that, win or lose on Saturday, a lot of people felt that Billy Napier's future was coming to an end in Gainesville. If you watched the press conference last night, he seemed resigned to his fate, got emotional as he spoke about how he loves the profession. He recently just departed the Florida football facility. I've been out here since about 10:30 this morning. Initially, there was a coaches meeting at 1 o'clock. Players were showing up for treatment. That meeting and players showing up isn't out of the ordinary whatsoever, even with it being a bye week. But shortly thereafter that, a team-wide text went out that there was a players meeting that was not previously scheduled again, and players showed up. And before everyone had gotten to the building, the news had got out, and players have been informed that Billy Napier is no longer the head coach here after a 21-23 record, which simply just was not good enough at a place like the University of Florida.
Graham, Steve Russell here. You know, it's interesting to me, beginning of the year, with all the talk about the difficulty of the schedule, Florida was still ranked at the start of the year because of the talent that had been amassed. That didn't help either, the fact that, you know, they were ranked and then got up to such a slow start. That didn't help matters either, did it?
Not at all. And there was a lot of optimism, and people, regardless of the schedule, felt that Florida could contend. Coming off that 4-game win streak, playing Long Island and USF early on, could have been 6 games, but they fall to USF, and that was supposed to be one of the more winnable games on Florida's schedule. And you saw even after that game, many people in the public started calling for this change to happen. You know, go back to what Jeremy Foley said when he was here as the athletic director. If you know you're going to make a change eventually, you make it immediately. Billy Napier lasted into the second bye week, despite Florida starting 2-4. They picked up the win over Mississippi State and got to 3-4. But you mentioned this is a lot of talent on this roster, a lot of projected early round picks in the NFL draft. You had a potentially generational talent in DJ Lagway, who has had anything but a ordinary year in 2025, a sophomore season where he really never had a chance to have the level of development that many expected him to have due to the injuries, the shoulder injury, the hernia, the calf strain, the toe injury. I mean, the list goes on, and he's been limping in recent weeks. And Billy Napier noted after the loss at Texas A&M last weekend that the play calling took a hit due to Lagway's inability to be used as a runner, which is what they recruited him to be able to do, that dual threat capability. So this is something that has been building. Florida was not able to take advantage of the talent on its roster for one reason or another, whether it be the coaching or injuries. And the defense, despite being impressive offensively, they were not able to contend with the multitude of talented teams on their schedule from Miami, LSU, Texas A&M. They got the win over Texas, Mississippi State, and Long Island University, but that's not enough to allow Billy Napier to remain in Gainesville, as we now know that he is no longer the head coach at Florida.
Graham Hall at 247 Sports joins us. Kevin Winter with you. WRUF breaking news. Steve Russell, Kevin Winter with you. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. Graham, when it comes to the play calling, and with everything you just said, my time here arriving, and Steve, you've been taking these calls for years, or probably for multiple years, from fans. As you watch the play calling, was the play calling, like, there's a difference between scripting your plays, knowing your plays, and then adjusting on the fly as your opposition adjusts to what's working in a game. How would you rank Billy's ability to adjust during the games?
I think it's questionable at best. You know, I think Billy Napier has a lot of positive attributes. The foundation, the culture, the players he brought in, all commendable in my opinion. He actually cares about the program, cares about the players, but as a coach that rather than be a CEO coach remained the offensive play caller, in my opinion, that's just a little bit archaic in this day and age. You see so many coaches, whether it's Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri. Before the season, I would have said Mike Norvell. That doesn't age so well right now.
No.
These coaches have realized that they can't be the play caller and be able to have the offense be to its full ability. There's just too much going on, and often you saw in games Billy Napier, with his head buried in the play sheet, there's so much going on around him that he had a lot on his plate. And that's why people were, regardless of the scheme and his play calling ability, people were saying maybe give that up, even if it's what you got you here. And there's a lot of pride involved in that. Some people would say arrogance to be able to take a step back when you reach a level of this position to actually give up what got you here in a sense. But there's so much on a coach's plate, but also giving up play calling can give you some breathing room. It can take the pressure off you, where if the offense doesn't look how it should, you have a scapegoat in a sense. You have a fall guy. And so all those factors here, from the scheme to the in-game decision-making, the small margin for error, I think we got to mention. We talked about all the tough opponents that Florida has had to face, and there's so much parity in college football now. I mean, you look at Vanderbilt now in the top 10 of the rankings, Virginia, a ranked team, teams like Texas Tech. I mean, so many schools have top talent here that you have to be able to out-scheme the opponent. You have to minimize mistakes, not have costly penalties and errors, and certainly you have to avoid the injury bug and all those things I just mentioned. Florida has not been lucky in that regard, or they have not lived up to what it takes to be one of the top teams in college football right now in this very unique era of transfer portal, NIL, revenue sharing, all the factors that have made this such an incredibly competitive landscape. And if you're not one of the teams nailing every single one of those, you're more often than not going to find yourself, having an undesirable outcome.
Graham, when you look at Vanderbilt, you look at Missouri, even Ole Miss, those are teams that traditionally, up until recently, had not done very well. And now they are doing well. And Florida has, let's face it, been passed. So the question now becomes, whoever the next coach is, how plum a job really is this? How good a job do you think this is still nationally?
This is still an elite job. There's no question about it in my mind. From the university to the resources here to the incredible fan base that, they're going to turn on you when you don't live up to the expectations. But, they say pressure makes diamond. So you have a chance to, if you're a coach here or a player, to go on to have a long, successful career and be considered a legend in the sport. This is still an elite job. And the right coach who has the right coaching setup has players at his disposal that are going to be considered among the top in the nation. They still can win here. I absolutely believe that. Has it worked out well in the last decade? No. Florida has been close. Go back to Dan Mullen. They were a couple plays away from making the college football playoff game. I think, they lost to Alabama in the SEC championship game by a touchdown. So this is absolutely an elite job. I know the fans are desperate for it to get back to there. That doesn't mean the expectation should change because there's more competitive teams in college football. That just, in my opinion, makes it more exciting. There are no games where you're going to want to sit home at Saturday and say, oh, it's just Vanderbilt, it's just Missouri. No, every single team in the SEC, in the Power Four, and even more. Look at USF, like we talked about, UCF as well. There's no shortage of competitive games and competitive teams on the schedule. That makes it very exciting, and it means every game matters, in my opinion. There's never been more incentive to show up every single Saturday and cheer on the Gators, and that's going to matter even more as we move into the next era here, and fans are going to look to rally behind whoever is the next head coach at Florida.
All right, Billy Gonzalez, Graham Hall from at 247 Sports, been all over the story this morning, all over his Twitter account. I've been following it from the Bostic, from the golf course, Graham, and I kept waiting and just praying I could get through 18 before you actually tweeted that he was out. Now we had to jump on the air, so we appreciate that. Graham, before we go into names, what kind of coach should the Florida Gators be looking for?
Well, I think an offensive-minded coach, but with that said, regardless of whoever it is, they should not be the primary play caller in my mind for everything I just mentioned, from having someone who can, get some credit, but you're going to get credit for making the decision to bring them into the program. Look at what Eli Drinkwitz did at Missouri. He goes 5-5 in 2020, 6-7, 6-7. Frankly, the pressure would have been sky high if those results were at Florida, and Florida had similar results under Billy Napier. But what does he do? He brings in Moore, who is an absolute, star on the rise, in my opinion. Just interviewed for the Arkansas job. We'll see if they're able to retain him. But they've had 3 back-to-back double-digit winning seasons there in Columbia. You have to have a coordinator call the plays, in my opinion. And if you can have a CEO-style head coach who can handle all the aspects, know what it takes to win in the SEC, can be a, affable personality that is making headlines for all the right reasons. It sounds like I'm kind of describing a Lane Kiffin here in a sense, but, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure. But you have to have someone that is going to excite the fan base and have all their ducks in a row and be able to handle all the aspects that come with it. And there's never been more for a coach to handle, from NIL, boosters, revenue sharing, players sitting across the locker room from each other, knowing that the guy next to them on the field is making a lot more money than they are potentially. There's so much that a coach has to handle right now, and you need to have a large support staff, investment, and someone who is going to have a great relationship with boosters. And I'm not saying that Billy Napier didn't have a lot of those things, but you need to have someone who is able to do every single thing on that list, or else you're going to find yourself back where you are right now, which is potentially talking about hiring another head coach or parting ways with them.
Steve Russell, Kevin Whitcher with you. Graham Hall from @247 Sports joining us. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. Phone calls, all reaction all afternoon long. All right, so let's get down to it. Lane Kiffin is the name that everyone has heard. I have heard that the boosters, the people with the money, they want Lane Kiffin. However, it is not a unanimous decision across the four parties of the decision makers. You've got the athletic director, Scott Stricklin. Remember, Florida doesn't have a president. That's a big issue here. You've got the athletic director, Scott Stricklin. You have the board of trustees at the University of Florida. You have the money people who all have a say. And then you have the executive board at the UAA. I believe they're also in part. Four different heads wanting to make a decision. Is it Lane Kiffin or bust? What are some of the other names? I've heard Marcus Freeman's name's been thrown out there. Steve mentioned Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri. That's a name. I heard a random one yesterday, Brent Key, who used to be an offensive coordinator at Alabama, now the head coach of Georgia Tech. By the way, they're 7-0. What other names? What names, Graham, do we think we could be on this list?
Well, first I'll start with Lane Kiffin. I actually think that is quote unquote the safest hire, even though there's all the aspects of how he is on social media, some of the jabs of other head coaches, his level of success even at Ole Miss. Those are all questions that people have had. I think that is probably the safest hire that you could make because, let's be honest, is anyone out there, if Lane Kiffin doesn't work out at Florida, are they going to blame Florida's administration for not working out? No, not at all. It's just it didn't work out. If that's the case, it would be far less of a gamble in my mind than hiring a coordinator. Marcus Freeman is an interesting one to me because I do get the sense that, he's a Midwest guy. Maybe we'll see what happens in a few years with Ryan Day if he goes to the NFL. Marcus Freeman having played at Ohio State, maybe he wants that job or he wants to be in the NFL. He's a young guy who has a chance to keep rising. Does he want to risk the reputation of coming to a place like Florida that is a little bit farther away right now than Notre Dame when it comes to competing in the college football playoff? That's a question that I guess will get answered here in the near future. I think that guys like Brent Key and, whether it's a Rhett Lashley or someone out there, would those be super exciting at Florida? I don't know. And also, how would the fan base react to a gamble? There are a lot of top coordinators out there, whether it's, Brian Hartline, Will Stein, the offensive coordinator at Oregon, Blake Baker, the defensive coordinator at LSU, still a young guy, not much head coaching experience. I don't think he has any head coaching experience. There are coordinators out there, but how excited would the fan base be initially to take another gamble on a coordinator? That's a fair question here, but it could be something that works out in your favor, especially considering that you're paying Billy Napier more than $20 million. Are you able to poach a guy like Lane Kiffin and give him $70 million plus guaranteed? Is the money there for that? That's a question that I don't think a lot of people know the answer to. If they do, they're being extremely quiet about it. So there are certainly candidates out there, but I will say that is there a home run obvious hire out there? I think that every single one that could be on Florida's list has some fair questions about them, and it's all about seeing how it works out if they come to a place like Gainesville.
All right, Graham, appreciate it. I'll tell you what, I'll let you hang on the line. I'm not sure if you saw this yet. I'm going to read the statement from Scott Stricklin, the athletic director here at the University of Florida. Graham, I'll let you hear it before I dump you. Today I met with Coach Napier and informed him that a change in leadership of our football program would best serve the interests of the University of Florida. As Coach Napier has often said, this is a results-driven business, and while his influence was positive, it ultimately did not translate into the level of success we expect on the field. The search will focus on the hiring of an elite football coach who will embody the standard we have at the University of Florida, and we will continue to provide all of the necessary resources for that coach, his staff, and the players to be successful. The standards and expectation for Gators football are to win championships, not to simply compete. By the way, that is just a portion of the statement, Graham. The statement is about 8 paragraphs long, the statement from Scott Stricklin, but it's out. Graham, I appreciate you, and Steve and I both appreciate you jumping on here on a Sunday afternoon. Thanks,
Graham.
My pleasure. Y'all hold it down.
All right,
Thanks for having me.
we will. Graham Hall from @247 Sports. Steve Russell, Kevin Winter with you here on WRUF. Still to come, Max Chadwick, Dan Thompson. They're all going to hop on very quickly. I heard you, Steve. I've kind of taken your lead when it comes to the Gators. I'm learning the Gator Nation under your watch, because you're the dean of all of this. And first off, I'm glad you're back and glad you're here with me today.
Thank you. Me too.
This next hire, where would you rank it in the importance of the history of this university and this athletic program?
One of the most important hires ever made, period. If you want to get this program back to an elite level, you've got to hit a home run here. You have to hit a home run here. You cannot hire a coach and go through this again. Because if it happens, obviously the fan base goes wacko, and then, it becomes less and less desirable of a job. So you got to hit it. And look, it doesn't have to be Lane Kiffin, right? I get why, sure. But as long as the hire works, it could be Humpty Dumpty if the hire works, but Graham's right, there aren't a lot of, at least we know of, high-profile people that, at least for now, want to come here.
We're going to have a lot of calls and a lot of guests. So let's grab David. David, you're up on WRUF with Kevin Winter and Steve Russell. Billy Napier out as the coach of the Gators.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you guys coming in today. I just want to comment on your first caller of the day. I'm not even sure he was a Gator fan, saying that Gator fans need to adjust their expectations and that we're not Alabama. Okay, well, nobody's Alabama. Just Alabama's Alabama. But they've had two great coaches in their history, I believe. And I think we've had two great ones. Yeah, their great ones won more championships than our great ones did. But do you guys think that we need to, as a fan base, adjust our expectations down?
No.
I'm with you, Steve.
No, but I think they need to be realistic.
And there's a difference.
There's a big difference. Realistic.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. I love go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's not wrong to want to be at an elite level at whatever university. I don't care if you're in Division III, you want to be elite, right? But I'm a big history guy. Florida doesn't have the pedigree of an Alabama or even an LSU when it comes to football. But it doesn't mean the fan base shouldn't expect that. It doesn't mean the fan base shouldn't aspire to that, and that the athletic director should do everything humanly possible to get the program back there. Because if he's not doing that, then he's not doing his job.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Billy. I love Billy. I think most Gator fans do love Billy because he's a great guy. But I think if it could have won 8 games this year, he probably would have kept his job. But it wasn't heading in that direction. So I think it was the right move. I think there's one guy for the job, and hopefully we can get him. That's Lane Kiffin.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Appreciate it. A lot of people are on the Lane train. Now, they think which is why. I want to remind everyone, Max Chadwick is going to join us in a second from Pro Football Focus. You're one of your guys. You hear him each week. If you're going after Lane, you need to be prepared that he is not available until, let's say, quarterfinals. That's January 2nd at the absolute earliest. Now, there are back channels. There's ways to do things. Again, portal rules. Let's tell everyone, reminder what it is. The portal for players players cannot enter the portal. They will be able to after a 15-day window. It begins 5 days after the new coach is officially announced. So Ole Miss gets knocked out of the quarterfinals on January 1st, on New Year's Day. Lane gets announced on January 7th. Then 5 days after, the portal opens for the Florida Gators.
Mm-hmm. And to say you're not going to lose players, you are.
You are. And by the way, Lane's going to bring someone in here as well. Lane's gonna bring his people in.
Well, and the flip side of that, to your point, you lose, you'll gain.
Yes.
Right?
You absolutely will.
All right, let's bring in Max Chadwick from Pro Football Focus to join us here about this. Max, thanks for doing this today. No real shock here, Max, but what are your thoughts when you heard this?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny that it happened after a victory, but from everything that we heard this past, honestly, couple of years, it feels like for Billy Napier, it felt like inevitable for Florida, and I know the boosters were rallying around this happening very, very recently. And obviously, win or lose against Mississippi State, they were going to let go of Billy Napier. So it is a little ironic that happens after a victory, but it's not surprising at all, to say the least.
Obviously, there are a lot of people here that want Lane Kiffin. If you believe what you hear, there's already been contact made, with him. Is he the obvious guy?
Yeah, I think so. But I think, you guys just made a great point right there that they might want to get a hire done in December to make sure that, the recruiting doesn't completely fall off the map. And, Lane's not going to be available in December. At least I don't think so right now, right? I mean, look at the schedule Ole Miss has the rest of the year. They should go at least 10-2, if not 11-1, and they're going to make the playoffs if that happens, right? So, yeah, I think Lane Kiffin is the obvious top candidate right now, but there are certainly plenty of other guys that you need to keep in mind because he might not – first of all, he might not want to take the job because he seems very, very happy in Ole Miss right now. But second of all, he might not be available, like you guys said, until January or so.
Max Chadwick from Pro Football Focus joining us. Kevin Winter with you. Steve Russell, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Billy Napier out as the Gator head coach. Max, as you evaluate, I hear you with Steve each and every week, as you evaluate the talent that is on this team and the kind of talent evaluator Billy was, how would you grade him for the talent that he brought in?
Yeah, they had talent, and that's what I think is so frustrating to so many Florida fans is that they have serious talent all up and down that roster, and yet, they're still below 500 right now. Now, part of that, of course, is to do with the brutal SEC schedule that they have to play every year, but also part of it is due to Billy Napier just not taking advantage of the talent. You brought in the number one quarterback in the country a couple years ago in DJ Lagway. His development has completely stalled out as a sophomore. We should be going the other direction. We should be going upward trajectory, right? You look at the receiving core. They have so much talent in the receiving core right now. The offensive line, the defensive line. There's a lot of talent at that program, and that's why I even had Florida as a top 15 team in the country going into the year. They have not lived up to that talent level, though I think that's ultimately what killed the Billy Napier era totally.
One last thing from me, Max, and I guess you look down the road here. The league is ultra competitive. I mean, look at LSU. I mean, some of their fans aren't happy with Kelly. If it isn't Lane Kiffin, I still think Florida has to get a head coach. If a coordinator gets hired, I don't think that hire is going to go well. Do you think they've got to go the head coach route?
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they went with a coordinator. Now, I do think there are some good coordinators on the market, like, say, Will Stein, the Oregon offensive coordinator. He's going to be a head coach at a Power 4 job very, very soon. I don't think it'll happen at a school like Florida, though. So I think, you start looking at some head coaches like Lane Kiffin, like Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri, who I think has done a great job, Jeff Brom at Louisville. I mean, Jed Fish went to Florida. He's the Washington head coach right now. Brent Key or Georgia Tech's head coach, too. Maybe Alex Golesh. Maybe they go the group of five route again. I don't know if they want to do that after Billy Napier, but Alex Golesh at USF has done a great job, you want to say, in-state there, too. It feels like they're probably going to hire a head coach. And listen, it's a top 15 job in the country, if not better than that. They should attract a lot of people for this job.
So this job right now is the number one job available in all of college football, correct?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely them and Penn State it's very, very close. But I would say, it's 1A, 1B with the two of them. I don't know which one you want to put 1A, but I think those two are pretty much tied at the top for me at least.
What do you think of the name Fran Brown, who's currently the head coach at Syracuse, who took Syracuse to a 10-3 record last year? They won a bowl game. They're 3-4 this year. Fran Brown, reportedly, a text message I just received. Fran Brown is apparently a hot name here in Gainesville. How do you think that marriage could potentially work?
I would hate it as a Syracuse alum. I'll tell you that much right now. But that'd be a fun hire though. That guy just brings life into a program, man. I mean, that guy he tells you like it is. He's a fun coach. It's not going to go well for Syracuse this year. I will tell you that much. I think Syracuse is going to miss a bowl game this year. So I doubt Florida will hire a head coach that just went 5-7 or something like that, or even 4-8 or worse. So I doubt they hire Fran Brown after that kind of record, but he is a very, very fun head coaching candidate for both Penn State and Florida and whoever else. But, I don't know if it will happen because I think Syracuse is going to have a rough year at the end of the year this year. But, I mean, it's definitely a candidate to know for sure.
All right, Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus. Thanks for joining Steve and I on a Sunday. Greatly appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Max.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Kevin Winter with you, Steve Russell. We're flying by the seat of our pants here, everyone. We're just going to let you know how this works. All the tweets started flying around. And then we realized, okay, it's go time.
Yeah. And as far as Fran Brown, he came here. He won an award, one of Coach Spurrier's awards. Had a chance to talk to him. you can kind of see what Max was talking about. But if you're, first of all, he's not a national name.
Nope.
And secondly, the record, although very good last year.
Very good, very good. So, turn that program around in a heartbeat.
But not good now. So, again, if you're looking for replacing, I don't know that name.
Well, let me continue to go with this. Kevin Orton with you, Steve Russell, WRUF. We're live and local on a Sunday afternoon, 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. Again, the news, Billy Napier out as the Gator head football coach. If you're looking for someone, isn't one of the things, and I mentioned this off the top, it was poetic, Steve, that Mekhi Barrow makes the interception off yesterday to save the game. And in most schools, if a young man as a senior in high school gets 5 felony charges or charged to him, your scholarship's pulled. But because of the character they saw in Mekhi, and he's turned everything around. I spoke with him 2 weeks ago. He is a great young man who learned lessons. We all learn life's lessons. That's the kind of program Billy established. So you've got your culture, but now you need someone to be the little bit of the Herb Brooks. Remember the movie Miracle? I'm going to be your coach. I won't be your friend. You need one of those taken up with Dr. Coach Patrick over there, right? Mm-hmm. Like you almost, to me, you kind of need that guy to be the bit of the hard ass, for lack of a better term,
or someone on the staff that is.
Yes,
right. That in other words, when Urban was here, right, Mickey Marotti, the strength coach. No, they hated him, but they respected him because he put him through absolute hell in the weight room. Yeah, so he was his guy, right? And I agree with you. You need somebody like that. And I don't think anybody, I don't care if a fan doesn't like Billy Napier, wanted him fired yesterday. I don't think anybody would say he's not a good guy, that he knew talent, but they just didn't win enough games and do enough with the talent.
All right, let's continue with our guest line. Dan Thompson, he is a UF grad, consultant for At Stadium, and Gale, co-founder. There you can find him on Twitter, at DK Thompson. Been able to connect with him over the last couple of days. Dan is a University of Florida grad, is someone who loves this program. Billy Napier is out, is the head coach of the Florida Gators. Billy Gonzalez, everyone, is the interim head coach. Your reaction as to how this day started to progress?
Yeah, the day started to progress earlier this week. This was not unexpected in terms of circles of when this might happen. I think some people thought that it might happen. The news kind of broke that it might happen a little bit earlier in the day. I've always said on Sundays, news doesn't break until after the offering plate is passed around. So this is a meeting that had been kind of formally planned a few days behind the scenes, and then this morning it was finalized, and then they met around 1 o'clock, and then their final news broke at about 1:45. They are in a team meeting. Scott Stricklin's issued an email already, and you should hear some more news as the information comes out over the next few hours.
Dan, what was your when you look back at this tenure, where do you think the downfall was?
Probably in an ego, and not necessarily a negative ego. I think sometimes you think in a certain plan gets you to a certain place, so you're going to continue to follow that plan. And they always say that a plan works until you meet the enemy. And I think that that's ultimately what happened. I think Billy Napier's offense became predictable. I think that he thought that his plan could continue to work, and he was just missing a few pieces here and there. But ultimately, the change of him not wanting to make the change of offensive coordinator was probably what did him in. And Florida's offense had consistently gotten worse from year 2 to year 3 to year 4, and it just was no longer able to compete at the SEC level.
When you look at Billy Gonzalez as the interim, I think he's a wonderful choice, Dan. He's been with the program a long time. He's served under a lot of coaches here. I think the kids will rally around him. Do you like the choice?
I do. I think that Billy Gonzalez is certainly somebody that knows winning football. He was there when the University of Florida won a national championship a couple of times in 06 and 08. And I think that he's a guy that, he's a little bit older than some of the other staff in the room. I think that he's been involved, numerous winning programs throughout his career. I think there's a few options that Florida looked at, and I think one of those options took their name out of the hat a few weeks ago with an incident off the field at LSU. Mm-hmm. I think Billy Gonzalez is somebody that has consistently recruited well. He has developed his position well. He's put guys into the NFL. 2 of the best players on offense are freshmen under his group, so I think that it makes the most sense.
Dan Thompson, UF grad, also part of the Florida Gators. You could check him out everywhere. Find him on social, on Twitter. As I'm stumbling here, Dan, trying to keep everything updated and get some of the news the news that continues to break. How desirable in your eyes, take the UF grad away from it for a moment, how desirable is this Florida Gator job?
I think it's still one of the most desirable jobs in college football. You have the facilities, you have the NIL support, you have the athletic dormitory facilities for them as well. You have a administration that has thrown more money, not just in net dollars, but in per capita spending, what Scott Stricklin's done over the Billy Napier tenure, that any coach would salivate at that opportunity. I still think that Florida has an opportunity to recruit the best talent in the country, and I think that Florida is really just a good coach away from being a national powerhouse again. I think that they have the booster support. I think they have the NIL support, and now it's time to go and find a coach that knows how to do the job, not just a coach that can learn on the job.
The talent, I think, is here right now. I mean, they can add to it, but I mean, I think the talent either wasn't coached well, either positionally or whatever. Do you agree with that?
I do. There's some key things that they missed, and that was probably on the offensive line and maybe some depth pieces, which, again, in the NIL world is a little bit more challenging. And I hope that the new coach puts a renewed focus on being able to develop that offensive line talent. And I think that Florida is going to be a very desirable place for all recruits. If they're a coach that's going to go and throw the ball, it's still going to be a place that it can be a consistent top 5 job in the country. I think that Florida has a great foundation for the next coach to come in. I think that there's a lot of great talent there. There's a lot of young talent, and it's still a place that people desire and look to play for. So Florida doesn't have some of the disadvantages that they maybe had under Muschamp and McElwain and Mullen when it came to facilities or some of the other parts of the program that were a little amiss at the time. I think that Florida can and should be a well-oiled machine with very few issues for the next head coach. And now it's just a matter of finding that right guy and continuing to throw support behind them.
Dan Thompson joining us, and that's part of the the discussion that I was having internally with myself and with other people. They wanted to get Curt Cignetti. Okay, fine. Curt Cignetti, by the way, he set this. He basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, in your mind, did Curt Cignetti in that contract that Indiana paid him, did they almost set the bar for this new round of coaching searches? That's $11.3 million a year. So whoever you're going to get, if Cignetti's getting 11.3 at Indiana, the Gators better be ready to shell out at least 12.5, correct?
I think that the number is going to be north of 12.5. I think you're going to have a 1 and a 3 before the number.
A 1 and a 3. Okay.
Yep.
When it comes to – go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I think that that's probably about the bare minimum, and I think that Florida's going to start the negotiation contracts somewhere starting with a $13 million number.
It's an interesting one. I've heard they've got as much as 15. They're ready to go as high as $15 million for that.
But for somebody, it's going to be a lucky 13.
It certainly will.
Absolutely.
Dan, part of the discussion as well. Look, this may be, people say one of the callers to the questions do we have too many high expectations? You come to Florida, A, to try to win a championship, but B, and Steve, you know this as well, Dan, as an alum, if you're a football player, you come here to get to the next level, don't you? This is one of the schools that the recruiters come to because you are the talent, the elite talent of the elite. And that's still here. That's still here, isn't it, Dan?
Oh, absolutely. I think that Florida still and should be considered a national powerhouse, and with all of the support and the administrative backing that they have and everything else that they're going to offer this next head coach, there's no reason why you shouldn't win at the University of Florida. Does that mean you need to win a national championship every year? No. But does that mean that you should absolutely be in contention for the playoff every single year? No doubt about it. And that should be the expectation at the University of Florida with all the support that they have.
Dan Thompson, follow him on social media, on Twitter, still call it Twitter, at DK Thompson. Dan, thanks for answering my text the other day, and thanks for jumping aboard here on a Sunday afternoon. Greatly appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Dan.
Absolutely. Enjoy. Thank
All
you,
right, Dan Thompson. Catch him at Stadium and Gale, co-founder. He joins us there. Let's go to the calls. David, you're up. Trucker David. David's up with Steve Russell, Kevin Winter, Billy Napier out as the coach of the Gators.
Hey, guys. I'm a Florida graduate, grew up in the Gainesville area, live in Georgia currently. There's a couple of names there that have not been thrown out. One that I want to mention is Coach Odron, who is kind of sitting out there in semi-retirement. We saw what he did at USC. We saw what he did at LSU, obviously. Obviously, he was going through some things in his personal life, but that's a fella who I think nobody is really talking about, and I think would be a great fit in Gainesville. Another dynamic here is, James Franklin's current firing. He's sitting out there, could come in quickly, do some things. Obviously, he had a decade in Happy Valley with not a whole lot to show for it. No champagne there in the Big Ten. But I think there's some capacity there. The reason I say this is I think Ole Miss is going to back up the money truck for Lane Kiffin. They'll pay him a record sum here shortly, and I think he's going to stay put. I would love him in Gainesville. I think he's a perfect fit, but I just don't see that quite happening for him. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
David, if Ed Orgeron is hired as the coach, I will shave my head live. I will do that. I promise you. I promise you. So if by some reason the Big O gets hired here, I won't have any hair for a while. That's not going to happen. Now, Franklin, I could understand his name in the conversation.
I don't think James Franklin would work here. If you start following and look, it's easy to pile on to people after they've been let go. But if you listen to people like Todd McShay, he started wailing away about Franklin, the demeanor. We talked about culture a moment ago. Franklin's I'm going to be nice. Apparently he's a jerk in the locker room, right? Apparently he's a jerk to his players. I don't think that one would fly. The Coach O was interesting. Social media loves the fact that you'd shave your head, by the way.
Yeah. And I still have hair, so that's a good thing.
It is for now.
Especially with how he went out.
Yes.
I mean, and that's just not going to work at the University of Florida.
No.
It's not.
It won't. All right, I'll tell you what. We're going to keep going for a while. Do we have word of a press conference yet?
No.
We do not. So here's how this is going to operate for the remainder of the afternoon right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Kevin Winter with you, Steve Russell. We're going to continue to work our phones, get some guests on the line. As of this moment, Steve and I are going to be on the air until 3:50. Florida Gators soccer will go on the air. There's a soccer match right down the street, Disney Stadium. They have a soccer game here on homecoming weekend. We're going to continue to keep the YouTube stream up and running. Steve and I are going to work the phones, get some people on the air. Billy Napier out as the head coach of the Florida Gators. We'll continue to do all that. We will take your phone calls, 392-8255, whether it's Steve, myself, or Steve's replacement, the guy who took Steve's job, Jeremy St. Louis, is in here. So maybe we get the former sports director and the current sports director together while I have to go to work and do some things. We'll see how this is going to play out. Steve's here. He's been nice enough to come in on a Sunday with me. We're up and running. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Billy Napier out as the coach of the Florida Gators after 3.5 seasons. We'll reread Scott Stricklin's statement, all coming up next. Phone calls, emails, social media chats, any conversations that you want. It's all up and available here on a Sunday afternoon. Billy Napier out as the coach of the Gators. WRUF has live, local breaking news coverage right here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Your home for Tampa Bay Buccaneers football. WRUF.
Ever wonder what it's like behind the counter at those big corporate jewelry stores? Max Woodson knows, and it wasn't pretty.
It's hard to do what's best for the customer when you're given a strict outline on the profit you need to make, the dollars you need to make, the goals you need to hit, the commissions you have to hit. It's really hard to do what's right for the customer.
That's why Max left the Wall Street-owned chains and joined International Diamond Center, a locally owned jeweler. At IDC, it's not about quotas, it's about you.
It's getting to know people, getting to talk to people, building relationships. It's something that's important to me. It's what I love the most.
At IDC, Max can focus on what matters, doing right by customers, even if it means less profit.
I have a scenario where I have a customer that I can do the right thing for, even if it maybe makes us less money at times, and we make it happen.
That freedom means better quality diamonds, fair prices, full transparency, and honest service.
We have freedom. We're allowed to be creative, do what's best, and they really support that, and it means a lot.
International Diamond Center, where you're family, not a sales target. Visit us at Celebration Point for diamonds with integrity.
Steve Russell here for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. The Cousins family has run that business for 45-plus years, and in all that time, specializing in one thing, giving you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I've been driving one for a long time. I trust them. You will trust them as well. And when you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
Are you tired of dingy clothes and spots on your clean dishes? It's not your laundry or dish soap. It's your water. Perry's Pump Repair in Alachua is our area's trusted water quality and mechanical experts. From water softeners, water treatment, water pressure issues, to well pump repair and installation. Call Perry's Pump Repair for a free water analysis. you have nothing to lose. Providing courteous, accountable, and life-changing water solutions for you and your family. Please read their reviews. Visit perryspumprepair.com.
You're listening to special coverage of Florida Gators football right here on WRUF.
All right, Kevin Winter with you. Billy Napier out as the coach of the Gators. Steve Russell is here as well. Let's try to track down Jeremy St. Louis next door. Let's see if we can get him in here. And he and Steve can kind of go at it for a while. Continue with the phone calls, 392-8255, 392-8255. Steve, let's one more time, at least for the matter of moments, let's read the statement from Athletic Director Scott Stricklin. That's where you need the glasses, right? This thing's 8 paragraphs long.
Yeah. I mean, they're small paragraphs, but they are 8 paragraphs long.
They're 8 paragraphs long. I'm going to read it in part, everyone. Today, I met with Coach Napier and informed him that a change in leadership of our football program would best serve the interests of the University of Florida. As Coach Napier has often said, this is a results-driven business, and while his influence was positive, it ultimately did not translate into the level of success we expect on the field. Again, he goes on. The search will focus on the hiring of an elite football coach who will embody the standard we have at the University of Florida. We will continue to provide all of the necessary resources for that coach, his staff, and the players to be successful. The standards and expectations for Gators football are to win a championship and not simply to compete. That's what it says. And look, I mean, you've been here forever. You know that as well as anyone.
And I think that's what any athletic director should say. And now, though, what will that hire be? And I'm interested because if it's a coordinator, I don't think it's going to fly. It's got to be somebody recognizable with a track record. I think that's, when Billy got hired, and people forget this was not the only job in which Napier's name was floated. He was a candidate for other jobs.
Was he a candidate at LSU?
Auburn.
Okay.
Yep.
I knew there was another SEC school because it kind of became like a, hey, how much money you throwing? The agent was kind of playing one off the other.
But given that, if it's the USF guy, if it's Golish, will that fly? I mean, maybe because Gator fans saw how he coaches and playing here, maybe. But that hire does not ring the bell. It's got, again, if it isn't Lane Kiffin, then who rings the bell?
All right, so do we want to ring the bell? And this is the conversation. Look, we are now going to have this conversation for 2.5 months or until a coach is fired. Do we want Gator fans to ring the bell to appease your appetite for a coach? Or do we want someone who can come in here and actually coach who you may not know? And just because you may not know their name doesn't mean they're not a good coach. You just don't know who they are, and maybe they take an offense that has all the tools in the world and maybe a healthy DJ Lagway, and you actually can average more than 15 points per game.
Big history guy, okay?
Yes, love it.
I mentioned this on my show. Florida, the biggest hire that Florida has made, obviously, is Steve Spurrier. Mm-hmm. But when he was hired, he was not a household name.
Yes, I remember you saying that.
At Duke, Urban, Utah, right?
Right.
They didn't come. Doug Dickey won an SEC title at Tennessee and came here. Okay, that I get it. He won it in the SEC, mm-hmm. was a Gator, won at Tennessee. Charlie Pell won at Clemson. But Florida's never hired Bear Bryant type. Maybe they became it.
Right.
Coach Spurrier became that, Urban became, but they weren't that hire when they were hired.
In reality, as we sit here and look, again, we'll take your calls, 392-8255, 392-8255. How many coaches actually were the legends when they got the job? I mean, think about it. Bill Belichick's a legend, but he's failing miserably in year one at North Carolina.
Yeah.
Urban was a legend when he went to Ohio State and succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Saban was not. He was a college legend, failed in the NFL, and then went to Alabama and became arguably the greatest of all time. In fact, I think he is the greatest college football coach of all time.
Well, Bill Belichick got fired at Cleveland.
He got fired at Cleveland.
Right.
Had the team stayed, maybe he stays, but he got fired when they moved to Baltimore. You are not. You can want the name all you want. Now, Jimmy Johnson, hot name at Miami, or was dominant run with Miami, and then Jerry takes him to go to Dallas. This is you and I giving everyone a history lesson, and for our fans, they're all probably listening aboard. I don't know. You very rarely get the opportunity to take a legend who's already there and then move them laterally. I think that's the point I'm trying to make.
And look, when I say this number about Lane Kiffin, Gator fans are going to say, I'll sign up now because I want to be in that position. Mm-hmm. When Ole Miss lost to Georgia, Lane Kiffin lost his 6th consecutive matchup between top 10 teams.
6th.
0-6.
In a row.
0-6.
Of top 10.
His team top 10 versus another top 10. Now, today, would Gator fans take that matchup? You bet, because you're in the top 10.
Well, I think they'd also take 35 points. See, the other thing is they're going to fall in love with his offense put up 35 points.
Sure.
Let's also remember, Georgia didn't punt yesterday.
Right.
Now, I think our defense is better than Ole Miss's defense. Right? Let's see how it goes. 392-8255. Billy Napier out as the coach of the Florida Gators. Billy Gonzalez, wide receivers coach, has been named the interim head coach. Kevin Winter with you. Steve Russell here on a Sunday afternoon. Warren, you're up this hour on WRUF Gainesville. Hi, Warren. How are you?
Oh, thank you for taking my call. I'm kind of an old-fashioned Gator. I grew up here. I went to school here, high school, college, everything. Moved away, came back 22 years later to retire here and still working, unfortunately. But the point is I wish they would have let him finish the year out before they did this. There's no doubt that we need a coaching change, but what he has done to change the culture and get these kids where they need to be to become men, I think there's a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily agree with the wins and losses that he has done so positively. And I feel like he should have been given the respect of doing that, as well as the players who are still there fighting their asses off for him, the respect of doing that.
May I interject here for a second?
What?
May I interject here for a second?
Oh, yes.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with this sentiment, but it would have been disaster, and I'll tell you why. Look what happened yesterday. They won the game. And what were the chants?
Fire Billy.
Right? So now he stays here, and they don't do well, and now what happens? You can't say fire Billy,
right?
But they're going to get booed all over the place. What does that do?
Right.
You can't do dead man walking.
What does that do?
You can't do Lane, Warren. You can't do lame duck coach. I mean, if it's for the final game, if he's going to retire.
What we did with Doug Dickey his last year, right, Steve?
Yeah, Zook had that opportunity. Mullen was given but that was only one game.
One game.
And
one game is different
Dickey
than 5.
finished the season.
Yeah, but you have a third of a season to go. You can't do that.
Warren, appreciate it, man. We want to welcome in Jeremy St. Louis, the sports director here at WRUF. You took Steve's job. Congratulations to both of you. I'm now.
I didn't take. I did. Hey, whoa!
I'm sitting in the middle of you two. I love this right now.
I did not I did not take a Legend's job.
No,
There's
you did not.
Way.
You did not. He
no
is
way
very
on
irreplaceable. Your reaction as to how this kind of the last week, I think, heck, what guys, dating back to the Miami game when this thing kind of went off the rails, brought back to USF. As your reaction as to how this whole thing's unfolded.
I mean, we've been on alert for a minute. I mean, we thought that maybe something would happen after the Miami game, but it didn't pan out. But we've been on alert, and I'm actually surprised that he was brought back this season because of what happened last year. Like a great recovery. And all the right things were said, and kudos to 80 Scott Stricklin for holding off the boosters at that time and saying, hey, let's put this in down IL. But Billy has talked all along about the fact that he had to rebuild this program from the inside, and that was reportedly done. Now it was about the product on the field, and look, the product on the field, way below what the expectations were. This was a top 20 ranked team coming into the season. Expectations were high. Yes, DJ missed 1,000 reps in the offseason, all of that, but look. There's way more to this than just the way the players are doing. You guys have mentioned it. Callers have talked about it. We've been talking about weeks. Play calling, huge issue. No offensive coordinator, huge issue, right? A sense of pride that was there that, now Billy has to eat that. And that's, it's time. And now, like you guys have alluded to, this is the most important hire in Florida football history in a very, very long time.
Steve Russell, your reaction on third down and 1 yesterday when DJ boots.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't breathe. I literally lost my breath. Are you kidding?
Jaden Ball's averaging six something a carry.
I mean,
you got a yard and a half.
Anybody in the stadium would have said give it to Ball, given A, the day he had, and B, he's Florida's best runner. And you're letting the guy run that supposedly can't run. Bad call. And that's symbolic, unfortunately, of Billy's tenure here. It just if you look at that play and put it in a box, that's one of the reasons why he's not here.
He's trying to outsmart himself.
Yeah.
Like on a play like that, like some of the obvious decisions that you would make as an armchair football person, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of sit there and you go, okay, well, this is an obvious play. It kind of gets back to that mentality. I mean, I think it was Bill Belichick that said, like, look, you know what's coming. It's up to you to stop it.
Yeah.
Right? Don't try to outthink yourself and outsmart yourself. And Billy got into that situation so many times where he just did not do the obvious, and it cost the Gators.
And now it cost him his job. 392-8255. Kevin Winter with you. Steve Russell, Jeremy St. Louis. All hands on deck. Sunday afternoon on WRUF. Billy Napier is out as the coach of the Gators. Billy Gonzalez is the interim head coach. Marty, you're up next here on WRUF on a Sunday afternoon. Hi, Marty.
Hey, guys. I'm with the majority. I think that Lane Kiffin is the perfect fit for the Gators. However, if they did decide to go with a offensive coordinator coach, obviously Cade Bell is not the answer. I think he's too young. But what about Joe Brady with Buffalo Bills if they go that route? Somebody who has won a national championship as an offensive coordinator is now in the pros. They could go that direction if they wanted to go young, but I think it's
Marty?
a no-brainer. They have to go with them.
Marty, hang on. I want to go back to the Joe Brady. Someone brought that up to me this week. Now, look, it's someone without head coaching experience, but look what Joe Brady did with Joe Burrow in that exceptionally talented class at LSU, Jeremy St. Louis.
You're not going that way, though. I mean, you saw the statement from Stricklin, an elite football coach. They are not going after someone who does not have experience. They are not going after someone who's, an up-and-comer, a young mind that's the next, whatever, Sean McVay. No, you have to bring in an experienced guy. That's why, for me, it's James Franklin. It's got to be James Franklin.
Really? James Franklin?
It's got to be James Franklin.
And the other thing I would say to you as well about Joe Brady, there's a lot of coaches who are leaving college because they don't want to have to recruit. They don't want to have to go through all this NIL stuff. They're escaping to the NFL. Now, I'm not saying he wouldn't come back as a head coach, and it's not a lateral move, but you're changing entirely what you do if you go from the pro level to here.
Marty, I'll also say this. I want the next coach to be able to learn how to run a 2-minute drill and not take 4.5 minutes. Does that make look. The Miami game, I sit in the studio on the Gator Sports Network. I sit here for road games. I was literally screaming at the TV. And yesterday, watching the game, the first play late in the first half, we get the ball back after, I think it was the fumble. Whenever we get the ball back, Jaden Ball up the middle, and the clock is running. I'm thinking, no, it can't happen, guys. It just can't happen.
I don't know where, I honestly don't know where that hubris comes from Napier to not be able to look in enough and say, I can't work. This is not working. And you have to put the program ahead of yourself. You have to put the wins ahead of yourself. I don't understand where that would come from, and I don't understand why it was not. And I don't know what happens behind closed doors. Maybe there were conversations about bringing in an offensive coordinator, and Billy was just against it, and Scott was, okay, that's fine. But I just don't know where you look at your team, you look at your offense, you look at your rankings, you look at where you've been historically as the head coach. Never inside the top 50, never inside the top 60. How do you sit there and go, yeah, I'm the guy. I'm the guy that's going to call this offense?
I don't disagree, but I think the answer would be it's what got me here. My body of work got me to this point. So I must be doing something right. However,
fair.
You can get there, right? And for whatever the reason at that stop, it doesn't work. Well, then you reevaluate.
Right.
I don't care how you got here. At this particular place, if it isn't working, I'm with you, you reevaluate.
Christopher, you're up next. You're on WRUF. Whoa! Are we sure, Christopher? Christopher, where are you in a hurricane?
Hello.
You in a hurricane, or are you in the latrine?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, we absolutely we can hear you.
breaking his TV?
We can hear you better.
I just have some couple. This is Chris from Tallahassee, Florida. We might have another firing in the next 24 hours.
Yes,
here
we actually
Florida,
I think we beat you to it. By the way.
Yes, but it might affect us as well because the boosters are watching Florida and they're saying to themselves that they're willing to take that shot. Why not ourselves too? But I'm a big Florida fan too because I actually go there for health stuff and you guys got the best health in the world. But I just have two or three quick points. And I heard your topic. I heard your point earlier, and you guys do a wonderful job on your show. But I heard your point earlier when you were talking about that this is one of his big time losses against a big team. I would just make these quick points for Lane Kiffin because I'm for him. Number one, how was the environment at that Georgia game?
When yesterday?
It was one of the most loud. It was one of the most loudest and distracting environments you could ever think of. And did he have any bonehead plays of having 12 men on the field or unsuccessful false starts? Not too much. And the other point is this: it really seems like the people that are knocking on Lane about that loss are saying to themselves, giving that excuse. My thought is this: at least he was in the game, and they were in such hostile environment. And what he's done with quarterbacks, it's worth a look at. And can I make one last little quick point?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, one last quick thought. I don't think Scott Stricklin would have made the move this early, as he did. I think I was taking my phone call the other day, but I don't think Scott Stricklin would have made this move this early unless he wouldn't have already had Lane Kiffin in the bag.
Well,
okay. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right, appreciate it. Stay out of the hurricane, Christopher.
Interesting.
Well, so this is kind of part of it, and I think everyone got confused and with the portal rules constantly changing. The original plan was the moment you fire a coach, UCLA, Virginia Tech, the players could enter the portal.
You get 30 days.
Not anymore.
Correct.
Not anymore. It changed. So, but isn't there a saying, guys? What must be, what should be done, or what must be done will be done, or something like that. I mean, he made the move. By the way, back to the coach, an elite coach, Jeremy St. Louis. You referenced elite coach.
Yeah.
Steve Russell. Where's the name John Gruden been for the last 1 month?
Oh my God.
Think about how many calls, Steve Russell, on your show on Sports Scene did you take the moment you returned on August 18th here to the WRUF airwaves? How many calls did you take about John Gruden?
Quite a few. I just don't think he fits, but I get the pedigree of him, but he has baggage. And I don't know at this place, baggage is welcome.
We were doing Gator Game Day yesterday out in front of the lawn at Weimer Hall. We do that before every Gators home game, our student-produced pregame show. There was a lady in the crowd that was standing in the back. The kids were having a discussion about the potential of the next head coach for the Florida Gators. There was a lady in the background that was yelling John Gruden. She was yelling John Gruden
to the kids.
At the kids. Like the kids are like they're not paying attention.
We're not trained for this.
They're talking about coaches, and she's like, no, he's terrible. He's a you know what, and no, John Gruden. And I was looking at her, and I'm like, John Gruden, no. No, I agree 100% with you, Steve. It's not. No, there's too much baggage there, and it's. I think that time is past. He is the legend, Steve Russell. He is Jeremy St. Louis, two of the sports directors here at WRUF. Steve, the one, the former Jeremy, the current Kevin Winter with you here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. The breaking news today: Billy Napier is out as the Gators head coach. It was confirmed about hour 15 minutes ago. Pete Thamel had it. Scott Stricklin has confirmed it with a statement. We continue to take your calls live and local for about the next 50 minutes or so until Gator soccer comes your way here on WRUF. We are still have no word about a press conference. But if one should happen today, we will give it to you. I don't think one will happen if we have Scott Stricklin's statement. So that means soccer will come your way at 3:50. Mike, you're up next here on a Sunday afternoon. The Gators are now searching for their next head football coach. Mike, how are you?
Just fine. First, I want to say something positive. I appreciate what Billy did with academics here and making that important. I think they had the highest grade point average they've had. And I know it's not important to a lot of people, but it is to me because I know these kids have a future outside of football. And if they're getting a good education, that's going to go a long way to help them. So I do appreciate that. The coach we need is one that can fire up the fan base. And James Franklin did that. somebody can put a good defense and offense on the field. Last year, Ole Miss was top 10 in the country in total offense and total defense, and he's doing that at Ole Miss. So, I don't know how big their stadium is. But we have more facilities here, and I think if the moment he got named coach, you would see an unbelievable flood of people joining the whatchamacallit, that raises money. Every Gator fan I've talked to would be unbelievably overjoyed. And I think it would he could step right in here. That's another thing. Billy's left a good foundation. Urban left the program broken, like he said. Mullen left it in terrible shape. Billy's leaving the program in good shape. So I admire that about him, too. So,
all right. Thanks, Mike.
Maybe he didn't want to coach anymore. I mean, he can sit at home and catch $21 million. Maybe this is just something he didn't want. That's why he wasn't going to change, because he didn't care if he got fired.
All right, appreciate it. I mean,
I'm not on Lane. I'm not on Lane. I mean, when he was at FAU, I followed him there when I was covering Conference USA, and he did a great job there. And look, Lane, don't get me wrong, Lane Kiffin is a good football coach, but I just don't see why he would leave Ole Miss. The teams have played. They're a borderline playoff team every year. Like, he's got that program where he wants it. He can do whatever he wants. They're probably going to give him more money as soon as he starts getting mentioned on a regular basis for the Florida job. I just don't understand why Lane would leave.
He's always been an admirer of Steve Spurrier. He's always admired what this program has done, wearing the visor, right? So he's always sort of looked at Florida as the school. And he's always, like I said, he's been enamored of Coach Spurrier. So I think that appeals to him. You're right. I think Ole Miss will roll out the red carpet, give him whatever money, and there is less pressure on him there, right? If they go to the playoff at Ole Miss, they're walking down,
they're building statues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, then that becomes the expectation all the time. And look, he trolls a lot. That's not something this administration likes.
Yeah.
And I think that is a factor here, not the thing, but a factor in terms of if he were to be hired or not, because he doesn't care. He will do what he does.
Can I tell you what my sources have told me, which is the boosters want Lane Kiffin. The athletic director does not. That is the word I have been told. Because exactly of what Steve said. Lane Kiffin yesterday morning, Jeremy St. Louis, Steve Russell, Kevin Winter. Yesterday morning, Lane Kiffin put on a tweet on social media of he shirtless with two young ladies who did hot yoga. And on Twitter, before the Georgia game, he puts out the tweet, "Thanks, ladies, for the hot yoga session." I don't think that flies with Scott. Just knowing and kind of watching how Scott works and the kind of the morals that Scott Stricklin has.
Yeah, and those kinds of things work when you win.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Right? You're crucified if you lose. But he's won. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, I just mentioned this. He just, at Ole Miss, they just lost their 6th consecutive matchup they were involved in, top 10 versus top 10. But at this point, Florida fans would kill for that.
Yeah.
They'd love the opportunity for that. Because if you're there, then you're right there. You're there in the conversation to go to the playoffs. So I get that. And that's nitpicky because Lane has done, if you just take his name, trolling all that, he's done a tremendous job at Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss has not been this relevant since John Vaught coached there 1,000 years ago.
Kevin Winter with you. He is Jeremy St. Louis. He is Steve Russell. By the way, remember yesterday as well, on Friday, the moment the Cignetti contract started flying off the day before, the Ole Miss athletic director, the Ole Miss AD, said we would like to get a new extension done with Lane Kiffin.
And they've been working on it.
They've been working on it. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, the question is, if one doesn't get done, who's the one holding the feet to the fire? Is it Lane saying, no, I want to hear what Florida has to offer, which, by the way, he probably already knows.
Agent. That's who's holding feet to the fire.
Yeah. It's a great call. Andrew is up next here on a Sunday afternoon. Billy Napier is out, live and local coverage here on WRUF. Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Hey, Jim. I'm doing great. Thank you. Earlier in the show, you guys were saying that there's Stricklin and then 3 other entities that would kind of be involved with the decision making. And then also Florida currently does not have a president, and that's a problem. Can you kind of explain what that is and like what the working relationship with the AD and these other entities are?
So I've asked many questions about this before. Steve, Jeremy, help me out. You guys have been in academia longer than I have. But usually if you have a president, the president can ultimately make the decision. The AD would report to the president. That's the way that hierarchy rolls. The athletic director reports to the president. Everyone's in a hurricane today, huh? Andrew, so the AD would report to the president. And if the president reports to says to the athletic director, look, we got to start thinking about our football program. Well, right now there's no one to do that. When you have no one in charge at the top, think of it like a pyramid. Right now you don't have a pyramid. You don't have that top triangle at the top of the pyramid. So you've got people who think they have influence because there's no one set to make that decision. And if you've got, and look, let's always remember, Steve, you know this, people with money, if they're going to be giving you money and donating money, especially millions of dollars of money, they're going to want to have input, aren't they? And then you have a board of trustees. The board of trustees usually hires the president. The president gets approved by the board of trustees when they make the decision. So at this point, there's no one really to say, to all agree on, who's the coach. I mean, am I missing anything,
No,
Steve?
in the old days, the president would make the announcement.
Yes.
The president would have a press conference and say, we've moved on from Coach X. But obviously with Florida's situation now, that's not going to happen.
And usually it's also, in today's day and age, it's now gone down to athletic directors. Usually.
Or jointly.
Or jointly together. There's no secondary person right now at that podium.
No, and I think that this hire, I don't think it's just important for Florida football. I think it's vital for Scott Stricklin.
No doubt.
In what way?
Well, I mean, the football program is the program at Florida. Yes, we've won a national championship in men's basketball. Certainly that is kudos to Scott Stricklin as well. But football is the thing. It's the top of the food chain. It's the top of the pyramid. And if football's not succeeding and you keep failing at hiring head coaches, there's going to be a change. So I think that this hire is not just important for Gators football in the long term. I think it's important for Scott Stricklin in his long term.
Andrew, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then I guess lastly, do you know, is there any friction between the money and the AD?
Friction, no. Disagreement or different direction, yes.
Discussion points.
Yes.
And there always is. There always is.
Yes.
There always is.
All right. Andrew,
understood.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. 392-8255, 392-8255. We got about another 20 minutes to go here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and then Gator Soccer is going to take over the airways. And again, as it looks right now, there is no press conference scheduled today. Billy Napier out is the coach of the Florida Gators football program. Scott Stricklin's statement today, I met with Coach Napier, informed him a change in leadership of our football program would best serve the interests of the University of Florida. Coach Napier has often said this is a results-driven business. While the influence was positive, it ultimately did not translate into the level of success we expect on the field. The search will focus on hiring of an elite football coach who will embody the standard we have at the University of Florida, and we will continue to provide all the necessary resources for that coach, his staff, and players to be successful. We continue with the calls. Zach, you're up next on WRUF. Steve Russell, I'm Kevin Winter. He's Jeremy St. Louis. We got a three-headed monster this afternoon taking over this breaking news. Go ahead, Zach. Zach there. Zach gone. Zach's gone. Derek, you're up next. Derek, how are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Good.
I think it's a great day for Gator Nation. I think just a Groundhog Day situation with Napier is time to cut the ties. So I'm very happy about that. I just wanted to know, I don't know a whole lot about who's the next big guy we bring in. And I understand this is I've been a Gator fan since 1971. Okay, I remember Galen Hall, Charlie Pell. I remember when Spurrier came to town, the whole nine. And I think this is one of the most important hires ever, at least that I can remember in Gators football. I mean, we've got to win with what's going on right now in Gainesville. It's absolutely unacceptable. We are not a fucking 3-4 team. Excuse my language.
Well, dump him. He gone. Yeah, you blew that one. Pal.
Emotional fans.
Well, hang on.
Stupid fan.
Yeah, stupid too.
I mean, Steve gets him all the time on the Extra Point Show.
I'm used to that.
I mean, there's being emotional, but let's be smart. All right, let's be smart.
Well, and so this is where, guys, I kind of sit and listen. 392-8255, 392-8255. I've said this multiple times. The culture of this football program, he did change it, Jeremy.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. And I don't disagree. And I think that one of the reasons why this is such an important hire is because of where the program is. This program is on the cusp right now. Like, we're a good head coach, maybe a half a season, maybe less away from being SEC title relevant, college football playoff ready. That's my feeling.
Let me also talk about the quarterback situation.
Glad you did. I was going to go there next.
Obviously, he's from Texas, and obviously he's very close to Billy Napier. Mm-hmm. So could he leave? He could. If he wants to play closer to home, he would have options. I believe his father played at Baylor, I think. So he would have options. Let's say he does leave, okay? Well, first of all, I don't know how good Tramell Jones is or if he would stay, but look at the quarterbacks that have come from nowhere. Pavia, the kid at Ole Miss.
Trinidad Chambliss was Division II.
Right.
And now Lane Kiffin, by the way, Steve, he's got an issue on his hands for the end of the season between Chambliss, Simmons, and there's a kid, by the way, from Florida, who's not even playing.
So I'm not saying he's not an important guy to keep. He is. And maybe if he stays injury-free, someone will unlock him and we'll see the Lagway that we all thought we would see. But it would not be the end of the world. And I'm not saying he should leave. I hope the kid stays. But it isn't like somebody's irreplaceable. That's my point.
Well, and I mean, like, to be fair, right? And I've been saying this all season long. Like, yes, DJ's been hurt and he missed all those reps in the offseason. And he's obviously behind in terms of, we've heard about it. His chemistry is behind with everybody, offensive line, that kind of thing, all of this and this. But look, last year, nobody had tape on him. So he was able to do what he did, right? Now he goes through the offseason, hurt, missed all those reps. Now teams have tape on him, and he's not ready. So guess what? He's an average quarterback. Average quarterback. And I'm with you, Steve. I want him to stay. I think the talent is there. He is capable of playing on Sundays. But there is still a lot of development and growth. And I think that it would actually, it might hurt him to leave and go to another program. I think if he stays here and continues to develop under a new elite football coach, which is what we're going after now, I think that the ceiling is very, very high for DJ.
I do too. If you get the right guy calling plays, right? And if those receivers stay.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
That's the biggest thing to me.
Yeah.
You got to keep these kids. You got to keep VB3 in Dallas. You got to keep them around. And Trey.
And Billy Gonzalez is a proven commodity at coaching that position, developing that position, and getting kids to the next level. He's very good.
Does Billy Gonzalez have a chance, according to the judging by the statement of elite, that would remove Billy Gonzalez from the equation?
It would.
But should he have an opportunity?
He's a Gator through and through. That's what Stricklin said. He's been with the program for a long time. He's a Gator through and through, and he's a very important part of it. But he's not an elite football coach.
What if? I just had this conversation with a buddy of mine today. What if the next, whoever the interim coach is, we didn't know at the time, runs the table, runs the table, and they're really good. The offense looks like it's supposed to look, and they run the table.
The reverse from Billy, like the same thing as Billy a year ago.
But, okay, but hang on. What does really, really good mean? Does that mean that going forward they're a top 20 offense in college football, a top 20 defense in college football?
I'm just saying that, who you have to play, you got to play. The schedule's still tough, right?
Still the schedule.
So let's say you beat Ole Miss, you beat Georgia, you score 30, right? And you're winning, and you beat all those teams with an interim coach. Does that person, probably not, but I'd give it a second thought.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I would absolutely. You got it. You have to.
If you see the improvement.
Exactly.
Right?
If the chemistry's there, if the players have bought in, all that stuff, and you're not going to lose anybody, everybody's now staying, you've got to look.
By the way, for those of you new to our YouTube page at WRUF, home of the Gators, don't forget, click the subscribe button anytime this happens. And by the way, the next time we'd have to jump in for breaking news would be when the Gators hire a new head coach. We continue along with your phone calls. Jeremy St. Louis, Kevin Winter with you. Steve Russell, the Dean of Gator Sports Talk, with you at 392-8255. Alexis is up next. Alexis, how are you on WRUF?
Hey, guys, longtime fan of the show, Jeremy, Kevin, Steve. I mean, the work you guys do is fantastic. Continuing on with that conversation with transfers, I mean, let's put on our speculation goggles for 2 quick seconds. And what do you think this does to the already existing pool? Like in the inverse, who would be the most likely to leave? I mean, I know like guys like BB3, I mean, that's a multi-generation Gator, but is that enough to keep players around for the long haul?
All right, appreciate your call, man. Appreciate the call. Look, I mean, it starts with DJ. I was told if Billy goes, DJ's gone.
What about Jaden Ball?
That's the one. I think if you go on the equation, if you go on a hierarchy, Dallas Wilson, Jaden Ball are absolute 1-2 you must keep on the offensive side of the ball.
Today's world, fellas, if you disagree, please tell me, but everybody moves around. Moving around now is common.
Yeah.
It's like you and I breathe, okay? So if you're Jaden Ball or whoever, right, if you don't think this coach is going to get you to the playoff in a year or two, why are you going to stay?
Right.
I'm going to go someplace where I can go and get to the playoff.
I want to play for a national championship.
That's the trouble here with this situation, because that could happen.
And here's the other side of the equation, right? To the caller's point, he was talking about, who could be the most likely to go. What does this do for players coming in to Florida? Who's going to be attracted to this program now, right? Because last year, what was it? The most transfers in or out last year in terms of this program in history. So what does it do now for bringing players into the program? Not just for recruiting, transfers as well.
And retaining the recruits you already had, because he's got a good class coming in. Yeah. So do they get retained too?
Kevin Winter with you. All right, let's grab a break. 392-8255, 392-8255. Again, here's the story. Billy Napier out as the Gator head coach. Billy Gonzalez named the interim head coach. He's Jeremy St. Louis. He's Steve Russell. I'm Kevin Winter. We're going to continue taking your calls. We're with you until about 3:50. Although I look outside our windows here at Weimer, there's a soccer match that's supposed to go on the air at 3:50.
And it's raining.
Hang on. I don't worry about rain. I'm just worrying about Dorothy and Toto type stuff. Because someone sent me the weather for the radar map, and there was a lot of red heading in our direction.
Okay.
So we're hoping Ryan Urquhart and the guys are going to have soccer. We'll continue taking your calls. David, Antonio, Daniel, all hang on the line. You guys line up as well. Billy is out. Where are we going for the new direction of the Florida Gators? That's next here on WRUF.
What's stronger?
A Gator chomp?
Or our coverage of Gator Nation?
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite tastes like home. From juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, to crispy empanadas, sweet plantains, hearty breakfasts, and our bold, iconic cafecito. Your taste buds will thank you. With 6 locations plus our mobile food truck, there's always a Mi Apa close by, ready to serve up warm hospitality for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Planning an event? Let Mi Apa cater with real Latin flavor that everyone will love. Just head to miapalatincafe.com to get started. So what are you waiting for? Come taste real Cuban, real warmth, real flavor. Visit Mi Apa Latin Cafe or order online at miapalatincafe.com today.
Buen provecho.
Mi Apa Latin Cafe. Best Cuban food north of Miami.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Frankie Lane here from Lane's Yardware in Williston. The days may be getting shorter, but our Florida grass will keep growing. And you still have to keep those weeds in check. Come and see me and my team at Lane's Yardware, and we'll set you up with your new Gravely zero-turn mower to make your mowing fast and efficient so you can get back to watching the football games. And we will always offer discounts for all military veterans. Come see us at Lane's Yardware in downtown Williston and on the web at lanesyardware.com. Keeping America great, 1 yard at a time.
Attention Gator students, alumni, and fans. You need to get out to Rally House Gainesville. Rally House is new in town and located just blocks away from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium near the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Ave. The only way to describe their product selection is outrageous. Jerseys, hats, tees, sunglasses, tumblers, and so much more are waiting for you at Rally House. Rally House Gainesville, 1680 West University Avenue, your one-stop shop for all your Gator gear.
This is special coverage of Florida Gator football right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back to our special coverage after the firing today of Billy Napier. I'm Steve Russell alongside Kevin Winter, Jeremy St. Louis. We've got about 10 minutes left. I'll take as many calls as we can get to. David, you're first. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, guys. First off, I think today is a very sad day for the University of Florida. Billy Napier was everything you would want in a representative of the university, except that he couldn't win. And, I mean, that's the bottom line. I think today's announcement was necessary, but it's still a sad day for the University of Florida. I've been a fan since 1969. Last night's game was embarrassing with the behavior of the fans screaming, fire Billy. And I get it. Everybody wants to win, but I just thought it was embarrassing. The last thing I'll say, Steve, is to your point about the interim coach, is that the only thing about that is that whoever your coach is going to be, they have to do what Billy did, but they have to win as well. So you don't know if that interim has those same skill set. Have a great day, guys. Okay,
thank you. Absolutely. You don't know that.
You don't.
But Billy's been around a long time on that side of the ball. Josh is next. Hi, Josh.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Okay.
The interesting thing about this firing is you look 4 weeks ahead, Florida plays at Ole Miss, and if Ole Miss has a second loss before that Florida game, it could be a situation where Florida, for the second straight year, knocks out Ole Miss in a playoff. And is it for Kiffin's reputation if you leave Ole Miss after losing to Florida 2 years in a row, it's sort of you can't beat them, join them type of situation?
I don't know if a fan would look at it like that, but it would be a little ironic, wouldn't it, Jeremy?
It definitely would be. That would certainly add some intrigue to the story, wouldn't it? Especially if Lane is still at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And my next point is that if people don't want this next coach to be the play caller, I don't think Lane leaves unless he's guaranteed that he's the primary play caller like he is right now at Ole Miss.
Oh, he'll be the play caller.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. He's a proven play caller. That's part of it, right? So, I mean, you've got a guy like Lane Kiffin who's a proven play caller. If he wants that, you're going to give that to him. Absolutely.
Because he has the track record.
He's proven it, yeah.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Josh. Antonio will be our final caller. Antonio, hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
Well, speaking of play calling duties with Lane Kiffin, he also did have OCs like Jeff Levy. So, I mean, he does share play calling ability. His responsibility. What I wanted to call and ask, when Napier was hired, what was the AD looking at? Was it his program building skills, or was it his play calling, or was it everything combined?
I don't want to speak for Scott Stricklin.
Well, I mean, based on what the statement says, it just said that so Stricklin said in his statement, I'll paraphrase it, but what Stricklin said in his statement is that he appreciates the fact that Billy did such a great job building the program into what it is now, but the wins were not there, and you need to win football games. So while he appreciates and he lauded Billy for the work that he did with the University of Florida, this is a winning business. We know, right? We know this is a winning business, so it comes down to wins.
Antonio, I think he needed to hire it. Scott thought at the time he needed to hire a program builder because Dan Mullen had let it go. And I think that was appalling to the administration. So that was, I believe, the biggest positive in Billy Napier's hiring, because he did do a good job of culture building, et cetera. And the hope was that, okay, he can recruit, he'll get talent here, he'll win. He A+ in building culture and all that, but he didn't win enough games. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, and those boxes, and that's what I was wondering, Steve, because those boxes was checked. But when I went back and looked at the Louisiana offenses, and even though he had way better talent than everybody else in the Sun Belt, they still wasn't as dominant.
No, they were okay.
And the offense wasn't as impressive, and that worried me in the beginning. But I'm not an AD. Hey, I don't get paid for that job. So I was like, maybe he's seeing something better that I don't see. But I can understand the program building part. I just hope this time around we go after somebody that's proven. I know the history of the University of Florida is we go after these smaller names that's up and coming. But I think this time around, Steve Spurrier might build this culture up enough to where we can go after a big name coach. And I hope this time is somebody proven on a P5 level.
All right. Appreciate you, Antonio. Thank you.
And let's be honest, he's 100% right. Look, say what you want about Napier in terms of the wins, but what he did to build this program, that is not something that should be downplayed or anything, because he built the culture of this program. And Steve, as you said, the next coach coming in has a really, really good foundation from a culture perspective, infrastructure, everything.
Kevin Winter with you. He's Steve Russell. He's Jeremy St. Louis. A couple of more minutes left to go before we turn things over to Gator Soccer. Guys, what do I have? Oh, never mind. They're not paying attention back there. How many times? I'm going to speak to the two sports directors. How many times do we have to sit here and say to the kids, "Hey, are you guys paying attention back there?" No.
They've already hired the next head coach.
They've already hired. Look, when they join the sports lab, we got Louise. When they join the sports lab tomorrow. So, by the way, here's our schedule. What do I have? 1 minute of breaks that I can get to if I want to. I got 1 minute in the green. You're on tomorrow beginning at noon. So there's no. Unless there is a press conference, everyone. Remember, Scott Stricklin spoke today. Or let me phrase it, released a statement today. So you're up tomorrow, Steve Russell, on Sports Scene at noon. Is Shane Matthews going to be here?
Yes, and I think there'll be a press conference tomorrow.
Okay, that's your gut. That's what kind of your gut tells you.
Yep.
If there is a press conference tomorrow, no matter when it is, WRUF will carry the press conference live right here tomorrow on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2, of course, on the app, anywhere that we want to go. Press conference will go live at some point tomorrow, should there be one. You think there is, I'm with you. Scott will have to talk, maybe?
Well, I mean, it's a bye week, right? Typically they limit availability in the bye week, but obviously, I think maybe tomorrow, but I mean, maybe he gives Gonzalez a day. Maybe it's a Tuesday press conference.
Could be. Possibly.
Maybe gives him a day to kind of practice with the team, get them together, kind of see where things are going. But who knows? Maybe he doesn't need it. As I said, I'm not in the program. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't need Billy Gonzalez to speak. I'd actually want to hear what Scott would say getting in front of the media. And that's what it would have to be.
Yes, but I do think they would bring Billy up there.
Sure.
Yeah, because, hey, whatever that is. And I also think the sooner you get this done, you move.
Do you bring a captain
past
up?
This. You could, but that opens up, Pandora's box if you bring a player in there. Mm-hmm. Do you think Billy Napier should have been fired?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that you want to have that, but I do think at least it gives the coaches a chance. The kids get some time off in an open week anyway. Mm-hmm. You know that, Jeremy. Yeah. So a chance to clear the deck, let them get their mind right. The coaches, then they divvy up the responsibilities however Billy wants them to do if they change those things. That's why I just think the sooner they get this thing done, the better.
I would agree completely. So here's our schedule tomorrow at WRUF. Steve Russell, you'll begin Sports Scene at noon. Shane Matthews, I guarantee that will be as hot as our YouTube stream was today, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be interested in Shane's thoughts as to how this has all transpired. Sports Lab will take over beginning at 2, and then you got the tailgate. Jeremy, this week in Gator Sports got very interesting for you on Thursday.
Very interesting for me on Thursday, yes. There'll be a lot to talk about probably up until that point, because we'll have SEC teleconference, right? So there's probably going to be some stuff in there. I mean, Billy's probably going to take part in that. If he does, who knows? Maybe he won't have to because they're on the bye week this week.
You're talking Billy Gonzalez.
Billy,
yes.
yeah.
We got to remember.
We're going. Yeah, let's just make sure
we're
going from Billy to Billy here. Yeah. So we got to make sure that we just have to say BG or something. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Some conversations. Of course, our student reporters on the Gators football beat are here. They've been covering this, all week long, getting stuff ready. So obviously, we'll get some input from them, and it's going to be a very interesting week. We thought a calm bye week is not something that we were expecting with the way that the situation is here in Gainesville.
All right, so WRUF.com for all your latest information. Get it up and running there. Check out what everyone has to offer. For those of you watching on our YouTube stream will continue. There's a ton of you there. It will continue. It will be operational. Justin Baxley and a bunch of the members of the Sports Lab, they are going to take you home on the YouTube stream. Steve, Jeremy, I can't thank you both for coming in today. Greatly appreciated. I'm Kevin Winter. The story, Billy Napier is out as the Florida Gator football coach. Florida Gator soccer comes your way next here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, 103.7 HD2. We are your home for Gator sports. Maybe.
We now interrupt regularly scheduled programming to bring you Gators Soccer here on ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Gators Sports Network. On the Gators Sports Network from Learfield, University of Florida Soccer is on the air. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Florida Dairy Farmers, fueling the Gators for over 40 years. Now let's go live to the pitch for today's match.
Well, things have been on the up and up for the Florida Gator women's soccer team lately, and they're looking to keep that momentum and positivity going as they take on the Ole Miss Rebels today at Donald R. Disney Stadium on this very ugly Sunday in Gainesville. It's been pretty uneventful so far, right, Gator Nation? How you doing? Hope your weekend is going well. I'm Sky LeBron, walking you through today's action alongside my broadcast partner in Sir Lance Williams. Thanks for spending some of your Sunday afternoon with us here on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield. Well, after quite a slow start to SEC play, it's hard to ask more of the Florida Gators based on what they've shown us the last couple of weeks. They haven't lost a match in over a month now. First, they had a scoreless tie versus a top 15 South Carolina squad, then tied at 2-2 in dramatic fashion versus number 17 Georgia. They tied it 1-1 with Kentucky here at the Diz. Lance and I were on the call for that. The ties were starting to get a tad frustrating, but after
welcome to Sports Lab Overtime. Obviously a very special edition in that we're working on a Sunday. Joined today, going to have a lot of folks coming through here, but we've got Rob Rousseau first. Rob, we're just learning Billy Napier out as the head coach at the University of Florida. I say just learning, but we've known for a few hours now. But look, we've known it's been coming for a while if things didn't turn around. Things obviously didn't turn around. Even the win against Mississippi State was not enough to save his job. And, Rob, you've taken a pretty measured approach the entire time of Billy. I've had you on here a couple times, and you even said you didn't think that there were a couple games where you're like, I see the vision. I see where he's trying to go with this. Unfortunately, the vision today ends. What are your kind of just raw reactions to the end of the Billy Napier era?
Well, knew this day was coming. I think the loss to South Florida was probably the final nail in the coffin. I think you could have made this decision then. They chose not to. It took a little bit longer to get where they wanted to get. But I think now is, good as time as any. You're going into a bye week. You got Georgia on the other side. You want a change in leadership. This is the time to do it. Yeah, I have been a bit measured in my assessment of Napier. I believe that there is good stuff in what he's brought to this program. I absolutely believe that he was the culture builder that they were looking for when they hired him to begin with. But the asset management, if you want to refer to the players as assets, has been poor by Coach Napier, and he's struggled to pull wins out of elite talent, especially in this season. It's been incredibly underwhelming. The defense has been the one keeping you in games, despite yesterday's game, you had an all-freshman secondary outside of Bryce Thornton. Not one of them was any older than 19, playing against an offense that while not one of the elite members of the SEC, has elite downfield abilities. They're able to push the ball. They're able to look for explosives and hit them. Chapin is a very solid quarterback, and they have some really, really good weapons in there as well. Despite that, Florida's offense was only able to muster 23 points. There was a failed attempt at a 2-point conversion, 12 men on the field. And that's really, this game was maybe a microcosm of the whole season, right? It was the defense bailing you out against an opponent that was subpar or one that was beatable in the moment. So even a team like LSU that you might think they were absolutely beatable when you went to Death Valley. And the offense just not really able to fully get it done. And a lot of that was because of the decisions being made. Jaden Baugh, 3rd and 1 situation. He's got 150 yards. You need 1 first down basically to ice the game. And you choose to run a similar play that worked in the first half when you booted Lagway out and he hit Mizell to end the first quarter, I believe. But you ran that in a situation where you're able to run the ball at will. And you need 1 yard, and you have one of the most dynamic backs in college football at your disposal. That's Billy Napier in a nutshell right there. And so while I believe he's a great guy, I really do like him. And I was gutted at the press conference yesterday to hear just how he knew that this was the last game that he was going to coach. And it was just it was sad to see, but I think this is the correct decision for the program going forward.
Rob, in my heart, I'm going to pretend to listen to my video from yesterday because I said the same thing. It's a microcosm. The game was a microcosm of what Billy Napier's brought to the table for the last 4 seasons. It's this inability to win a game by more than 1 score, it feels like. It's this constant low margin for error brand of football where I know he says that they're 5 plays away from being dangerous. Well, yeah, but you're also 5 plays away from being 0-6. That's the brand of football that we've had to watch basically since the LIU game, is that everything had to be living and dying on 1 or 2 plays every game, and it just should never come down to that. I mean, you don't see that from the top-level programs. Like Ohio State over the weekend, they played Wisconsin, they won 38-0 because they were supposed to do that. You look at the top programs in this country and when they play the best teams. Alabama yesterday, they won. They even beat a good Tennessee team. That's a really good Tennessee team. They dog walked them around the stadium. They didn't come down to 1 or 2 plays. Then you look on the other side of that, the programs that are consistently underperforming are the ones that they let it come down to 1 or 2 plays. The Florida State game against Stanford last night, there's a reason it came down to, well, they probably should have reviewed that play with no time left, but the reality is it should have never came down to that play. And it's the same thing with what you've watched with Billy Napier at the helm. But you're also spot on. I feel for the person because he's a good dude. I don't know that anybody would ever argue that with you. I think he's a genuinely good person. It just wasn't the right fit for the University of Florida. I think that's the end of the statement is he was not the right fit here. It just never fit. It never looked right from after that Utah win. It just never felt like the right guy for the job. But I do think he lives and breathes football. Something I brought up last night was that if you go back to the O-Dome when he was kind of allowed to give a speech in there, I mean, he was almost brought to tears because you could tell he's passionate about this. He wants to make good men, not just good football players. And that's admirable in today's college football world because a lot of coaches are worried about wins and losses and getting their player, getting whoever they need to make it. It is more of a business for them. Billy Napier still has the higher calling card attached to him that he genuinely cares about where these people go beyond college football. because not every player on that roster is going to go to the NFL. And I think that's admirable. But it doesn't win you football games, unfortunately. Because if it could, the guy would be undefeated for the last 4 seasons. If you were going off of how good of a person he is, he'd be undefeated and have 4 national championships. Unfortunately, that's just not the way college football works, Rob.
No, it's not, right? And that kind of just goes back to what I was saying about building the culture. This was a program that had no culture by the time Dan Mullen left. Sure, there was success in the first 3 years, a lot of success, actually. But by that last season when, I don't know what he had going on personally, but when the going got rough, he failed to step up to the plate and basically gave up on this program.
Dan Mullen got going.
Yeah, right? He did not. He gave up on the program, and that's not something that this guy would ever do. And that was a challenge that he was willing to accept and came in here, and I really do believe that he implemented his style, his culture, this level of belief and playing for one another and like you said, building men and that's what makes it hurt, because when you let go of Mullen for giving up on the team, it's good riddance. It's hard to, yes, of course, the product on the field is not what you're looking for. And so in that way, I say good. It's time for a new voice to be in the room. But it's hard for me to kick him out the door and be excited about it, because I wanted this to work. And I don't know where the report came from, but this past week when it was tabbed that he was trying to get Ole Miss's offensive coordinator in the offseason. And it didn't work, but that's where he stopped. There was never an attempt to go after someone else. If it wasn't meaningful enough for even a report to come out about it. And that goes back to him. So all of this good stuff you can say about him, and I really do feel it too, his pride got in the way. Him running, as you mentioned, this low margin of error style of football, unfortunately running it with a kind of high margin for error quarterback, it didn't work, and there was never a thought to hear someone else in the room. There was never a dissenting voice. There was never anyone challenging the decisions being made on the offensive side of the football, and that's what led to the downfall of the season. Right? There was never a decision to pull DJ from the game, let him sit, let him take a breath. That's what a good coach would do in that situation. When your quarterback goes out there and throws 4 picks and you're still in a game, and you could say, okay, maybe this is time for another look, or maybe run the ball on 3rd and 1 when you're trying to ice the game, because that's what logic dictates. That's what you're supposed to do in those situations. Cute sometimes. He thought he was the smartest guy in the room when it came to the offense, and honestly, that was never the case. It really wasn't. And people say, oh, just if he could just hire an offensive coordinator, if he would just do this, if he would just do that, that ship sailed a long time ago. I think it sailed by the time you opened up against Long Island, because once there was no hire made at that position, the play calling was never going to be given up, because this season was one where he knew he was coaching for his job. And I would rather, if I was in his situation, I'd rather go down with my own instincts and fall on my own sword, live and die by my own decisions, than let someone else make the decisions that could inevitably lead to me losing my job. So I understand where he was coming from, but in my opinion, if he had tried harder in the offseason to make a change that he knew, the fans knew, the boosters knew, the athletic director knew was pretty much necessary for the success of this program, then maybe he'd still be here right now.
Yeah, Rob, I think you bring up the point of the offensive coordinator. That one's tough to really swallow, right? Like that we were that close to, you saw what Charlie Weiss Jr. did to Georgia yesterday, right? Just absolutely was in his bag. And look, people will say, well, that's Lane Kiffin, but it's also Charlie Weiss Jr. Like those guys share responsibility in a lot of ways, and I think that you start looking at what that could have brought to DJ Lagway. I think would have been a really good thing. Mm-hmm. But here's the other thing: is if you've got your sights set on 1 or 2 guys, that you really like, and they both turn you down, the more I've thought about it, because my initial take was, why don't you keep asking? But you're right. Why would I trust somebody that I don't necessarily trust when I know my job is on the line? I would rather just trust myself and hope for the best. Unfortunately, the best was not enough to keep his job, but I do at least get the mindset and the mentality of it all, right? That there was some level of, it was pride, sure, but I also think there's some level of, I just need to be able to trust that I can do this, and if I can't do it, I'm probably not the right guy for the job anyway.
Right.
Which in some ways, again, it goes back to he's just an admirable dude. Like, he is a good person. It's just kind of, the raw reaction to it all. You hate to see somebody go out like this. I mean, but at least he got a win on his last game.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. Gosh, it was close. Again, it's that high margin or low margin for error that we've talked about. At the end of the day, what will you remember the Billy Napier era as? You've obviously been here for pretty much his entire tenure. What are your lasting thoughts going to be going forward?
It's a good question. I think part of underachieving, I'll say that, and I'll lead with that because I think that's the truth. This roster, especially this year, is really his guys, and this is what he can do as a recruiter. Right? This is what a builder can do with the amount of talent that this team has. Unfortunately, he just didn't know how to use it. And for that reason, I would say that it's underachieving. I think the losses and the pain of it all did make the wins, the big wins that would come here and there, a little bit more exciting, maybe. So the wins always imprint a bit more than the losses. I think about my freshman year, which was the second year of his tenure, Tennessee, 11th ranked team in the country, coming to the Swamp. This is a team led by Graham Mertz. This is a team that, lost to Utah at Utah in the opening game of the season. They got blown out. It was ugly. They beat McNeese State in week 2, and then you're ready to go for week 3. Tennessee's coming to the Swamp. They haven't won here in 20-some-odd years. They're trying to get that first elusive win in a long time. And they beat the brakes off of Joe Milton and the Vols. And the offense comes together. It clicks. The defense was flying all over the field. Like, I remember that game, and I picture that game in my mind all the time. I also think back to last year. I think back to that back-to-back to end the season with LSU and Ole Miss, and just the team collectively coming together and creating something special memories that I have. Maybe that's more a byproduct in a lot of cases about the skill of the defense, which he was not involved in, especially at the end of that Ole Miss game, those back-to-back interceptions on Jackson Dart. I also, appreciate the fact that DJ Lagway is here because of Billy Napier and the struggles that he's had in the beginning of this season, understandably so, because of the injuries, because of the lack of practice time. But DJ Lagway is a franchise cornerstone. What we have right now at the University of Florida on this team is not here without the unequivocal belief in DJ Lagway from both Billy Napier and the players. Even this defense wanted to come back and play for a team that was going to compete for a national championship with a Heisman caliber quarterback supporting them. They didn't get that, but Caleb Banks could have went to the draft. Tyreek Sapp could have went to the draft. All of these seniors could have went to the draft. And then you look at the transfers. J. Michael Sturtevant came here from UCLA. He had a breakout season his freshman year at Cal and then was underutilized by the Bruins for 2 straight seasons. Said, I'm going to go become Elijah Badger. And that really didn't work out. But all of that happens because Billy Napier was able to sell an idea of this program. And that I can appreciate, but unfortunately that idea just never really fully materialized into becoming a reality consistently enough.
think you probably speak for a lot of what I guess Gator fans probably feel right now. Is I think there were some highs. I mean, the Texas game this year, you just experienced a high with Billy Napier. But gosh, the lows were low. The Arkansas game, you think back to that, they come into the swamp and beat you. USF though has got to be the lowest point of them all.
Easily.
It's a group of 5 school. Just that will always feel like the death knell.
Yeah.
I know that he coached a few more games. Got another really good win on his way out. Beat a top 10 team. But that felt like that was the end of Billy Napier. I do really quickly want to read for you because I want to get your reaction to what Scott Stricklin has released. That got released a bit ago. But today I met with Coach Napier and informed him that a change in leadership of our football program would best serve the interests of the University of Florida. On behalf of Gator Nation, I want to sincerely thank Billy and his family for the tireless commitment to the Florida Gators. Billy built a tremendous culture of accountability and growth among the young men he led each day. His organized and detailed approach had a meaningful impact across all levels of our program. As Coach Napier has said often, this is a results-driven business, and while his influence was positive, it ultimately did not translate into the level of success we expect on the field. I have named Billy Gonzalez as the interim head coach. Coach Gonzalez has been a valued member of our program for many years, including being part of multiple championship teams. He is a Gator through and through. His deep understanding of our culture, our student athletes, and what it means to represent the University of Florida makes him well suited to lead our team. Making this decision during the open date provides our team valuable time to regroup, refocus, and prepare for the challenges ahead. The timing also allows us to conduct a thoughtful, thorough, and well-informed search for our next head coach. We remain fully committed to utilizing every resource available to identify the right leader to guide Gators football into the future. I will conduct the search with a high degree of confidentiality to protect the privacy of those involved. The search will focus on hiring an elite football coach who will embody the standard we have at the University of Florida and will continue to provide all the necessary resources for that coach, his staff, and the players to be successful. Anytime you conduct a head coaching search, especially for a high-profile sport like football or men's basketball, you learn something. The lessons from past experiences will guide us through the work ahead. Across the University of Florida, there is an unwavering and uncompromising commitment to being the best in everything we do. This includes our athletic department, as evidenced by the fact UF is the only school in the country to win 3 national championships in both football and men's basketball. The standards and expectations for Gators football is to win a championship, not simply to compete. We exist to win and will not settle for less. UF has never been more invested in the success of this football program, elite facilities, robust NIL opportunities, and comprehensive support for our student athletes and staff than we are today. The University of Florida is a destination, a place where people come to achieve excellence. With our resources, passionate fan base, and unwavering commitment, we are determined to return Gator football to championship form. I understand and accept the responsibility to deliver a football program that reflects the greatness of this university, and I thank Gator Nation for their continued support as we begin this next chapter together. Rob, I know that's a lot. I know that's a lot to take in very quickly. What are your thoughts on Scott Stricklin's announcement? Anything that you feel like you can glean from that, or is it just pretty standard stuff that you kind of expected him to say?
Well, a lot of that is standard, what you expect in there. What I can parse is that they're not going to get another group of 5 coach.
Yeah.
That's I mean, from what I can tell from that situation, and both saying that you're going to go get an elite head coach, which of course you're going to say, but I feel like that was an emphasized point. That and the lessons of past experiences line towards the end tell me that this isn't going to be a gamble. This is going to be a guarantee that a proven coach with a proven track record will take over this program. Now, who that name could be, I don't know. There's plenty, but I would check off Alex Golish from my list because I do not think they will be reaching down to the group of 5 for their next hire once again.
I mean, I think that's pretty evident, right? I mean, he specifically mentions he wants an elite head football coach. And while I think Alex Golesh is a great coach at the Group of 5 level, I think elite screams Power 5.
Yes.
I think elite screams has multiple, probably at least, I would think 10-win seasons on the resume. I would assume that it's somebody with, you know, many years of experience in building programs, in recruiting well, and doing all the right thing. I mean, it's got to be somebody that you've seen compete at the highest level. If I had to guess, it's either somebody with SEC ties or has been in some really big games. At least that's my read of the situation. Outside of that, Rob, I think it's pretty evident. He hit on a lot of what we hit on.
Yep.
That it's one of those situations where he's a good guy, but the results didn't reflect it. We've got to move on because we have expectations here.
Standard is the standard.
I also think it was at least a little humorous to me. It was almost like he made sure to shove in there that, like, we had a really good, successful basketball head coaching search.
Of course. Hey, don't blame me, guys. Don't blame me. I picked out Todd Golden, so I guess don't call for me to get my job taken away.
That genuinely though, Rob, that's exactly what I read from that.
Yeah.
Was that he's like, by the way, guys, remember, I got you Todd Golden, so trust me, I will get you an elite head coach here. But
Hope
Rob,
so.
I've enjoyed obviously doing some rapid reaction with you. Gonna probably get some folks like Nate Bilgeray in here to talk about, you know, some of those the next options and where it could go from here. And we will continue to provide you tons of live coverage on this. Obviously, Kevin Winter, Steve Russell, you've heard from all of them, and we're going to continue to provide you as much coverage from WRUF as possible. I'm sure you'll be seeing Rob back in front of a camera soon to talk more Gator football. We'll get next folks in here very soon, and we'll continue on with this live stream of the end of the Billy Napier era at the University of Florida. Welcome back. I'm joined by Hannah Mack as we are obviously breaking down the Billy Napier firing. Hannah, you are a lifelong, is it Gainesvillian? Is that?
Sure, you can go that. You could say ACR too. That's another term. County resident. Yeah.
I'm learning all of this in real time, folks, as I just moved here a few months ago. But Hannah Mack has been here her entire life. I actually moved from my hometown to be here, and so I understand that draw of being around a community for a very long time. But I very different, because you've also, like, the weird thing about Gainesville is it's a regular mid-sized town, but they've dropped this 90,000 something university in the middle of it and like build around it, and there's all these things. But like, it is a part of the identity of what makes Gainesville Gainesville. What are your kind of instant reactions to the Billy Napier firing. And then as a lifelong Gator who's also been a student here for the last 4 years, who's also covered the team, what do you see out of the next head coach here at the University of Florida, Hannah Mack?
Yeah, I mean, right away, obviously, we've got our group chat, got the text earlier today. My immediate reaction was, I'm elated, I'm happy. I thought that it was finally time to – everybody had been – after you lose those first few games, especially after South Florida, and it just – this program needed a head coaching and leadership change. You could make the argument for it that it needed to happen after last season. I think that obviously winning those 4 games to end the year really helped his case and kept him around a little bit longer. But it's been a while that I've thought that he has needed to go, that there needs to be a change. So instant reaction to answer your question was just elated, happy, and finally I feel like this program can move forward. Not to say that he didn't build things here at the University of Florida that weren't successful. I mean, he recruited extremely well. He was able to build a culture with the program, had a bond with his players that some coaches don't have in college football. But at the same time, he was given 4 years, not quite a full 4, but about 3.5, and he wasn't able to get it together. He wasn't able to figure it out, and there's a standard for Florida football. I've been here my entire life, and I've watched a lot of teams, good teams and bad teams. But the energy and the feeling that you get as a lifelong Gator fan whenever the Gators finally put something together and are able to go out there and to win against, regardless of what team that they're playing, there's a feeling that it's irreplaceable. I think that all Gator fans can know what I'm talking about, especially the ones that have been here for a while. And unfortunately, Billy was not able to give me that feeling over his tenure here. Moving forward, I think that whenever it comes to a lot of people are on the Lane train. That's definitely one of the top options that Florida fans want to see. But regardless of who they specifically hire, I think that it needs to be a head coach, right? No more coordinators. You have to have a head coach that has been a head coach and that's been a successful head coach. So there's a handful of options for that. But moving forward, I think that you try and you keep the core group of these players. This offense is so young. What DJ Lagway, Jaden Baugh, Dallas Wilson, Vernell Brown. There's so many young underclassmen players on that offense that I think you really need to try and keep on just for the growth over the next couple of years. But I think that you have to bring in a head coach that has already established himself in college football. That way, those recruits will stick around. They have to want to stick around for someone, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you've been asking for it for a long time now. Mm-hmm. Now it's here.
Yep.
Now you have to appropriately react and go and do the things that have to be done in order to make this program, bring it back to what it was. I grew up in a time, I'm 30 years old, I grew up watching Tim Tebow win national championships at Florida. It's on the other side of this thing, but I watched it happen. I watched the success of the University of Florida. I remember what that looks like. It's been a while. Like the Kyle Trask years, sure.
Yeah.
But even that wasn't the same level. It wasn't the pinnacle of the college football world. We've had some of those glimpses of old Florida, but it hasn't felt like that in a while, especially the last 4 years. This is step 1. This isn't step 35 in getting Florida back to the top of football. We are back at step 1. I think that's what this is.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest frustrations is the fact that it's not like Florida is a program it's not like Florida's Indiana, right? Where they don't necessarily have the namesake. They're trying to build something and become a household name in college football. Florida is a household name in college football. You have the money. You have the recruiting. We've talked about recruiting before, how Florida is a hub, not just the state, but the surrounding states. You're in the South. So that just opens up a door of some of the best players in the country coming out of high school. So it's frustrating to see year after year the fact that Florida cannot get back to their old ways, to competing for a national title, because realistically, with the right pieces, especially with the team that you're looking at right now, if the correct coaches are put in place, the correct offensive coordinator is put in place, this is a team that should be competing for a national title, especially an SEC championship.
Yeah, I think that it goes back to expectations. I've been banging this drum for the last week. Is what are the expectations going forward? And I think that you're right. There's no brand rebuild or even a build. You're not building a brand. It's there. You've got the brand. You're in the hottest recruiting part of the country.
Yeah.
There are all these things that you want as part of what this program can be and is. You just need somebody that can go win on Saturdays. Because I'll say this, Billy Napier won Sunday through Friday every week.
Yeah.
Every week, Billy Napier won Sunday through Friday, and in the off season, he won. But on Saturdays, he didn't win enough. And that to me is the thing that you write on at the end of the Billy Napier era, is he won Sunday through Friday, but didn't win on Saturdays enough. And that's unfortunate for a guy that, again, I've gone over this. He is a good person. But none of that matters if you're not winning on Saturdays. He didn't do it enough. The next person that you bring in absolutely has to be a proven winner. I'll get to this with, I've got Nate Bilgeray coming up soon. The Lane train is obviously the one everybody wants
Sure.
conducting this thing. I get it. There's a world where Lane Kiffin tells you no, whether you believe it or not.
There's a strong possibility that Lane Kiffin tells you no.
Anybody wants to believe that or not, and I know it's an uncomfortable conversation to have on this day, there is a world where Lane Kiffin tells you no. You have to prepare for that. There's a world where Lane Kiffin tells you no and Marcus Freeman tells you no. And then your third choice tells you no. And then there is that world because of where this program is right now. The expectations are very high. The output hasn't been. But because of that, the last time the output was high, Mullen was 31-9. He took you to an SEC championship, multiple New Year's Six Bowls. But he quit on the team. So I don't want to sit here and try to pretend and try to wear rose-colored glasses when it comes to the Dan Mullen era at Florida, because it wasn't what it's all cracked up to be. Yes, he won on Saturdays, but he wasn't going to sustain that success because he had given up on the recruiting aspect of it. There is no recruiting season. Yeah, they asked Kirby Smart, and I think he drove the knife in a little bit. They asked Kirby Smart after that comment was, when is recruiting season? He said it's always recruiting season. And it is. And Billy Napier understood that aspect of the job. Dan Mullen understands X's and O's probably better than any coach that you'll see. But he didn't necessarily love the aspect of having to go out and recruit and bring the players in.
No, not at all.
But at the end of the day, the next person, the one that says yes, you've got to have 5 or 6 winners lined up with this search committee. You've got to have the right guys where basically any of the 6 you feel comfortable with, but you got to make sure that the ones you're picking are basically no fail. Like their floor has to be extremely high. Their ceiling has to be good, but their floor has to be extreme. You cannot afford to go 5-7 in the next 4 years.
No, and you have to hire someone that is able to be a play caller for the offense, right? That was the biggest issue surrounding Billy Napier, was the fact that, and we saw it last night against the homecoming game, Mississippi State. Like, you can't, some of the calls that he will make, whether it's third down, late in the game, there are players on this team that do things well. Jaden Baugh is a guy that can do things well, specifically run the ball. The fact that he poorly utilized him in a handful of games, especially down the stretch whenever they are close and you're letting your quarterback run, who we don't even know how healthy he is. It's little things like that that can completely shift the game. I mean, if Micah Burrow, if he does not get that interception, I don't know why they threw the ball in the air to begin with, but they did, and Florida got really lucky on that. And that was a great play by him. But if they kneel it, if they try to get a better position for the field goal, if they run the ball, that's a field goal that is easily made to win that game for Mississippi State. And the fact that Florida was even in that position comes back to Billy Napier, and that's not the first time that has happened. So yes, you have to get a play caller, a guy that can make the right choices in a game time decision. I think that Billy was good at prepping for things. I think he had a good game plan maybe heading into a game, but it was adjusting on the fly that he really, really struggled with. And you definitely have to hire a really good play caller, but then it has to be a mix. I mean, you said it very well. It was with Mullen, you got a guy that was a great play caller, great with X's and O's, and then Billy was the opposite. Not as good with that, but a really good recruiter. You have to find someone that has a big-name coach that can do a little bit of both.
And look, I think that's the appeal of Lane Kiffin. I think that's the appeal of Marcus Freeman. I think that's the appeal of insert whatever name that you've got at the top of your list right now. Those are the names. Those are the people, right? Those are the ones that you start looking at and going, they fit the bill. And so I think when you start kind of making your list, Hannah Mack, I know you probably already at least have one a little bit concocted in your head. Where does that start to drift for you? Where do you see you clearly have somebody in mind in terms of you want them to be able to recruit and coach on Saturdays.
Sure.
Who do you have at the top of your list?
I mean, if Lane says yes, I think that's the number one option in my mind. I think that's the number one option in a lot of people's mind. I mean, he fits the bill for what Florida wants in a coach. But like you said, that's not always realistic that he's going to say yes. He might not end up here in the orange and blue. But a guy, James Franklin, is an interesting conversation. I don't really see Marcus Freeman leaving Notre Dame. I mean, unless they are forced to join a conference. They're independent. Notre Dame is one of the best football programs to be a head coach at. I don't know if I see him leaving that. He's got a pretty good situation over there. And I mean, Notre Dame is pretty much a shoo-in for the playoff year after year as an independent. So the fact that that's a non-negotiable for him, I think that's the biggest perk of coaching at Notre Dame. So I don't know if I see him leaving, but a guy like James Franklin who's looking to, I think he still does want to coach. Obviously, he had success at Penn State. Yes, doing well in big games, it's a little bit of a concern. However, whoever Florida does end up hiring, the schedule gets easier over the next couple of years. I mean, part of the reason that Billy struggled so much, especially on the road, was he is playing some of the best teams in the country, right, for the past couple of years. Florida has had the most difficult schedule in the country for the past couple of years, and it gets a little bit easier over the next few. So we'll see if that can help a coach maybe settle in a little bit more. However, it's still the SEC, so you need a guy that can compete. James Franklin, obviously Penn State gave him the boot, but I think that he will be looking for a new home to find. Definitely with how passionate he is about coaching, especially in college football, and he has played in big games. I mean, they made it all the way to a college football playoff semifinal, so it is possible for him to be an option. I think that those three have to be your 1, 2, 3 right now. I think that that's kind of where everybody's mind goes. A guy that isn't talked about a whole lot, Missouri's head coach, Eli Drinkwitz. I think that's an interesting conversation to have because he is a guy in the SEC who has had experience. Missouri, you could look at Drew Lock. You look at some of the quarterbacks that they've had, the offenses that they've had. Their defense might not always be the best of the best, but they can put up some serious points on the board.
It looks good this year, I'll tell you that.
Yes, and Missouri's a program that is a contender in the SEC, and that is hanging with some of the best teams in the conference. So I think that's maybe another name that not top 3 for me, but could be an option if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many coaches might say no.
I think I'm going to start with him as this, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong. He feels like a safety net coach.
I know. I hear you.
And I don't mean that in a derogatory way or a bad way. He just feels like if the top 3 tell you no, you go directly to that guy and go, what do you want?
Yeah.
We want the safe floor that you provide. The ceiling doesn't feel quite as high with him as it does with Lane and some of the others. But the floor feels incredibly safe with Eli Drinkwitz. And I think that, to me, feels like something you can work with, right? Like, I think that's, to me, where I would start looking at all of these coaching decisions is I want somebody with a high floor. And that is both on the field and in recruiting. And he's doing it at Missouri. What do you think he does in the state of Florida where the recruiting is top notch? And you've got to also throw out there that not only is the recruiting top notch, but the NIL is going to be pretty solid. There's just so many good things about this job that, yes, there is safety in being at Missouri. but there's a chance to become a legend at the University of Florida.
Yep. I totally agree. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say so many coaches have to be they're looking at it, right? I mean, they're thinking about it. It's not like the thought doesn't cross their mind. The University of Florida is a program, like you said, you have a chance to become a national championship coach here. And we have not had one in a really long time since Urban Meyer. So the door is open in that sense, and you can't tell me that head coaches in college football aren't just salivating over that opportunity here at this university. Because Missouri and Ole Miss are similar in the sense where, yes, Kiffin and Eli, they both they're safe there, right? That they've done everything that they need to do, but are those programs going to win national championships? Are they going to compete for it? Ole Miss, yes, that they look like they might compete for a national championship right now. Definitely could make the playoff. However, in those big games against the toughest teams in the country, how do they stack up? How do they look? And with Florida, as you mentioned, Florida has the ability to get players that the Missouris and the Ole Misses of the world don't necessarily have.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that's where we are. I think that the University of Florida is still going to be, regardless of who fires who over the next few weeks, Florida is still the number one job in the country. And I think you've laid out a lot of really great points. I appreciate you joining me.
Of course,
here.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll definitely have you back on. I mean, I've actually got a special that I want to pitch to you.
Yeah.
I'm
always on board.
I won't give it away too much, but little Georgia, Florida,
okay.
little game type thing we might have going. So we'll get back to that, but we're gonna take a short break here. I'm gonna try to get Nate Bilgeray on, and we will be back with more live coverage of the special report on Billy Napier being out as the Gators head coach. Welcome back. Justin Baxley obviously just finished up talking with Rob Rousseau. Now we're going to bring in his good buddy, Mr. Nate Bilgeray. The two of them were on the call for the Mississippi State game. Let me say, guys, if you have never heard the two of them call a game together, it's really good. I preferred listening to that. I actually, at one point, was trying to figure out how I could turn my TV down and listen to Nate and Rob call the game instead, because I thought they were doing a better job than what I was listening to on TV.
Thank you.
So without further ado, I'm bringing Nate in, though, for a very specific purpose.
Yep.
We got raw reactions from Rob, but we're going to focus. Me and Nate are going to focus on, if we were on the hiring committee, we were looking around, we were part of the search firm, which candidates we would bring to Scott Stricklin and his folks, and figure out who we would bring in as the next head coach of the Florida Gators. But Nate, before we get to that, I got to ask you, how are we feeling today? Walk me through some of your, initial reaction.
I was talking with Rob before I actually came on the air, and I think him and I both are of the similar conclusion that I'm not necessarily happy right now. It's not like I wanted this program to fail. I didn't want Billy Napier to lose as head coach here at the University of Florida, but this decision was long overdue, Justin. I honestly think the Athletic Association here at the University of Florida, Scott Stricklin, and everyone who makes the important decisions hung Billy Napier out to dry because this decision was long overdue. After the result of the Miami game, with the way the season started, the USF game, the LSU game, the Miami game, Billy Napier should have been fired after the first bye week. Instead, you subject him to what? Another month of torture, fire Billy chants in the swamp, and people here in Gainesville begging for you to chop his head off and send him home, out of town, wherever home is for him now. So my raw reaction is, I don't know. I'm not ready to be happy. Here's one thing I will do. I'll give Scott Stricklin credit because as much as everyone has dragged him for making now 2 bad hires here at the University of Florida and not having the guts to send Billy home when he should have, Scott Stricklin showed us that he has a little fire in him, and he fired Billy Napier after a win. He fired Billy Napier after a win. And I know Jimbo, Coach O, both fired after wins, Justin, but Scott Stricklin showed us that he's willing to put the program and the program first. But again, I'm not a head coach, and everyone's celebrating Billy getting fired. I'm not celebrating Billy getting fired. I'm mourning the Forestville lost out on. I'm mourning the lack of success here at the university. I'm wondering. Because this next guy is the most crucial hire in Florida football history.
Yeah, and I've been beating that drum on Sports Lab Overtime for the last few days. This is the most consequential hire in Florida Gator football history for many reasons. But specifically, you just cannot continue to go through coaches.
No, you can't.
You just can't. And so here's the sort of the messaging that I've been given, and I'll ask you if you disagree, and you're allowed to disagree.
Oh, I know.
Is that the next coach, you need to set your expectations now and then hire the coach based on what those expectations are. So if your expectations are within the first 4 years is that he has 3 10-win seasons, 1 or 2 SEC title appearances, a playoff appearance or 2, hire for that, right? So like you wouldn't go hire somebody that maybe has never proven that he can get to that level for those expectations.
Wait, can I ask you a question really quickly?
Absolutely.
So does that mean if this coach that's hired doesn't meet those expectations, they're gone after the 3-year plan that you're putting together?
I'm not saying that they're gone, but I think if you my point in saying it this way is this. If you set your expectations and you hire to those expectations, you bring down the margin, you bring down the risk, so to speak. Because what if you had given those same expectations to Billy Napier 4 years ago, would he have been the guy you would have gone with to meet those specific expectations? Or would he have been kind of this bigger margin for error kind of guy because he had never done it before? And would you have been like, maybe James Franklin is the... So here's my thought process.
Okay.
If my goal is to rebuild a program and get 10 wins, like 3 or 4 seasons in a row, to get a title, whatever, or to get an SEC title and win, let's just say get to the playoffs and win a playoff game. There are certain guys that I would look at and go, he is the most likely, he has the floor to get me those things.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't have the ceiling that of multiple national championships, but maybe it's one, and maybe that's okay. But right, like maybe you are setting these expectations for the first 4 years of this person has the safest floor. I'll use a name. John Summerall. Probably not a guy that you would look at and go, I'm positive he can get me 3 straight 10-win seasons. But if you hit on John Summerall, you might be hitting on the next Kirk Signetti, and you end up with a couple playoff appearances. That's the ceiling, right? But is Florida in a position to really be hiring for high ceiling, low floor, or do you have to try to find the guy that's sort of in the middle that can give you the high ceiling or a good ceiling and a really high floor?
So at a certain point in time, when you make a mistake in life, the only way to grow through making mistakes is learning your lesson, right? I'm going to take you back to high school when I was, I was a bit lost, and I was desperate for attention, honestly. In high school, I was desperate for attention, specifically, from someone of the opposite gender. I've always been a lover boy, right? And I chased people that maybe didn't deserve my time because they didn't give me the attention that I deserve as a human being. And I continued to chase those people until finally I learned my lesson, and I'm like, wait, I'm going to sit back and I am going to let whoever this girl is that I end up with, I'm going to let her express interest in me because that's what I deserve. And I've learned my lesson of chasing people that don't want to give me the time of day, right? I end up with my girlfriend. We start dating senior year of high school. Now it's senior year of college. We've been doing long distance for 4 years, and I'm going to marry the girl. I learned my lesson, and I grew from it and moved on. I think the lesson that we've learned here through 4 years or almost 4 years with Billy Napier is that this program and the stakes that come with this job are too great to give the job to someone who's not a proven winner. You have to bring in a proven winner at the highest level. I'm not saying Summerall's a bad coach, but what I'm saying is that if you bring in a group of 5 coach here in Gainesville after what Billy Napier just did over the last 4 years, you've lost me. You've lost me. And of course, I'm a Gator for life. I'm not going to give up on this program, Justin, but I guarantee you there's going to be rumblings in Gainesville, and I wouldn't be surprised if you get a Golish type hire or a Summerall type hire. You remember when Mark Stoops, was supposed to get hired by A&M, right? And the fan base literally revolted, and the boosters and the board had to come together and send him packing at a College Station. If you try to bring in Summerall after what just happened with Billy Napier, Gator Nation's going to freak out. You can't do it. We're talking about like the importance of this hire, Justin. You can't go out there and employ a guy who just hasn't shown you that he can do it at this level. And that's who John Summerall is. The coach who can win football games at Tulane. Does that mean I want to give him the keys to the castle here in Gainesville where the legacy is Urban Meyer and Steve Spurrier? No, that's not what it means. So, yeah, I get John Summerall. I get why the name is being tossed around. But seriously, I'm going to be furious if a group of 5 coach, period, is hired.
Well, it goes back to, Nate, if you hire a genius offensive coordinator, you can't do that either, in my opinion. You can't go and get the Will Steins of the world that are going to be hot commodities.
Even Hartline?
Yeah, they're going to be hot commodities for certain schools, and they should be. But how can you justify hiring somebody that doesn't have 100%
agree
some sort of thing that I can hold on to and go, that guy has a high floor? That is a very safe hire.
I agree.
Billy Napier had a very low floor, and we saw what happened with that. You have to make sure that whoever you hire has a high floor this time, so that, let's just say that the first 4 years are an abject disaster that we're setting. Let's say they go 9-3 every single season. That doesn't sound so bad, does it, Nate?
Have we won nine games in the last 4 years?
No, that's what I'm getting at, though, Nate, is that you have to hire around that expectation that the worst case scenario you bring in is that the guy's going to go 9-3, doesn't make the playoffs, but you still feel like you're in a better place than you were 4 years ago. That's the kind of guy I want to see the Florida Gators hire. I don't want to see them hire somebody that could go 15-0, but they could also go 5-7. I don't want that. What I would like to see them do is go with a safer, and look, I know for a fact you can't always guarantee that the safe hire is still going to do any better than what Billy Napier. I get it. But what you are trying to do, in my opinion, is increase that margin for error out as much as possible. Because what we've experienced, and I went over this last night, Rob and I just went over it, is that Billy Napier coached a brand of football that had a very, very low margin of error, that it was one-score games all the time, that you never saw him blow anybody out. Or, frankly, there wasn't a whole lot of times that he got blown out, if we're being honest. It was always, when he says we're 4 or 5 plays away from being dangerous, Nate, it's because that's the truth. But it's because you were living and dying by 3 or 4 plays every single game, and you can't do that.
And 4 or 5 plays turns into what, 16, 20, 25, 30, 50 over the course of a season?
Yeah. And so, Nate, I want to get to the actual names, but I wanted to kind of see where you were in terms of like gauging kind of your thought process on it. Because for me, my thought process is find the safe floor that has a good to great ceiling. A name that I would throw out there that fits that, in my opinion, Eli Drinkwitz.
Oh, thank you, Justin. A voice of reason in the room.
And so, I'm not saying go hire him, but if you're looking for this guy can come in and immediately take you to 8 or 9 wins in his first year, probably wins you 8 or 9 games every year. It seems like he's that kind of guy. Now, I see the other side of the argument is that he's never won anything of really meaning at Missouri, and I get it. I totally get that. But he's gone 26-5 over the past two plus seasons or whatever. He made it to a New Year's Six bowl, and they look like a team that's going to be hanging around the playoff mix this year. If he can do that at Missouri, imagine what he can do with the resources that the University of Florida has, the recruiting base that the University of Florida has. And again, I just feel like if we're talking high floors, he feels like that kind of guy, Nate.
And you know what? Delegation is something that we were missing with Billy Napier. Billy Napier assumed all the responsibility. Billy Napier managed the team. He recruited. He called plays. There was just too much on his plate for him to ever truly have a chance at succeeding. And that's why when you have a guy like Eli Drinkwitz, so he's gone 26-5 over the course of the last 2 seasons, ish. You want to know what he did 2 seasons ago? He realized he couldn't win without an OC, be a program manager, and brought in a play caller. That's a guy who's willing to sacrifice his ego for the greater good of the team. And Billy Napier, it's funny, I was talking to a couple of sources off air. He was looking to bring an OC here into Gainesville actually over the offseason, heading into this year with DJ Lagway, year 4, pivotal, make or break. If you don't make the jump, you're out type of year. And one of the guys in the discussion was Ole Miss's OC, who doesn't really even call plays, so it doesn't make much sense. But it came down to the final days of negotiating. Billy Napier decided that he was not willing to give up play calling, and that deal fell through. I believe Liberty's OC was also in contention, behind the scenes for the Florida play calling job. Billy refused to give up the management of the offense. You got a guy like Drinkwitz who realized about 3 years into his tenure at Missouri, oh shoot, in this new era of college football, recruiting, relationships, NIL, it's so important that you just can't do both unless you're a Liffin type, unless you're an offensive genius, unless you bring something to the table that no one else has. So Drinkwitz, again, sacrificed his ego and his pride for the greater good of the program. That's why I'd be okay with bringing him in here, especially considering that I've only been a Gator for 4 years. I've done my research, obviously, and I know the history of this program and this team, but what I have had materially and in front of me over the course of the last 4 years is losing. You want to talk about, Drinkwitz hasn't won anything real. Billy Napier has won, period. I'm not asking you to bring in a head coach who's going to give you a national championship in year 1, because I think that's a bit of a ridiculous expectation, especially considering there's only 3 active head coaches who've won a national championship. Like, you can't just be like, we can't hire him because he's never won a national championship. That's an unrealistic expectation. Eli Drinkwitz is now, I think, 54-25 at Missouri after this week. If he can do that there with those resources, imagine what he can do here. And my final point on expecting someone who's won games of substance, whether it's a national championship or, a couple playoff games. Does that mean you want to bring in James Franklin because he won 2 playoff games last year, even though It was 2 playoff games against SMU and Boise State, group of 5 teams. I mean, he was a drive away from the national championship, right? But his thing is that he doesn't win the big game. But I guess because he won 2 playoff games against group of 5 teams last year, oh yeah, he's won before. Let's bring him in. No, that's not the right strategy, guys. That's not the right strategy here. You bring in a guy who understands the landscape of college football, who understands the Southeastern Conference specifically, and Eli Drinkwitz checks off both of those boxes for me. If you can win at Missouri, you can win championships at Florida. Not asking him to do it in the first year, though.
Norvell out at Colorado State. Jay Norvell, that is. I want to see the reaction. I got good.
Are you serious? My heart just dropped.
You saw the look.
Dropped into my
I
stomach.
saw it on opportunity.
Oh my gosh.
And I had to Nate of all the people that I could do that with. It would be
Wow,
Nate
you scared the living crap out of me.
That was worth it. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. So another head coach, according to Matt Zenitz from CBS Sports, Jay Norvell, the head coach at Colorado State, is out. Not. I mean, are we thinking there's another Norvell that could be on the way? Anyway. Sorry, that was.
It was worth it.
I saw an opportunity. I took it. And I specifically left the camera on you so that I could get the reaction. It was worth it. But anyway, circling back, I'm going to give you another name. And we're just going to go through names, and I'm going to let you do a little bit on each one. Because I've already kind of gone through these names over the last week or so.
And please give me your opinion on these
And I'll
names.
give you some as well. So here's my thought on Eli Drinkwitz. I think he's a safety net coach. I'm going to call him a safety net coach. I think he is a great 4th or 5th option if your top 3 or 4 turn you down. I think he is a phenomenal safety net coach. And I mean specifically that. If you can't get one of your top hires, go hire the safe floor and let's see what he can do.
Agreed. Really quickly, Justin, if you want to hire a safe floor in Eli Drinkwitz and you don't want to take a risk on an OC or a Kurt Signetti type because of the importance of this hire, just to at least get Florida State, you bring in a safety guy like Drinkwitz for 4 years and he brings you 9 wins, never actually gets you over the hump. Heartline goes and has success at a Power 4 school. Okay, then maybe he's ready for the Florida job, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So, yeah.
You certainly don't want to go into this hire thinking,
No.
let's hire another guy in 4
No,
years.
you don't.
But I think the safety net option of Eli Drinkwitz is good. The other name I want to throw out there is James Franklin. I know he just got released at Penn State. I know the big game scenario that everybody's going to walk you through. But he's 128-60 between Vanderbilt and Happy Valley. That's a really good record. You want to talk about stacking up wins. And here's the other thing. I know he lost twice this year to get teams he shouldn't have, so he really messes up your thing. But before the 2 losses that he suffered back-to-back against UCLA and Northwestern, the guy's record against teams that he should beat is pretty impeccable. He's really good at that. And I know the top 10 and top 5 matchups he loses a lot, but he's still a really good coach. And here's what I'll throw out there. The semifinal a year ago, he made it within a drive of making the national championship.
Yes.
There are very few coaches that can say that. He also beat some solid teams on the way to that appearance. And we'll get to the other guy that beat him in that appearance a little bit later.
Oh, no.
But
okay.
We got to throw him out there. But what are your kind of thoughts? And here's the question that I've got one of the USA Today stories. This is the question. Wouldn't the Gators have been ecstatic bringing Franklin aboard had the school fired Napier last season or even 3 games into this season? Are you going to let the 3-game stretch cloud the judgment of what James Franklin is? And I'll go back to what Coach Saban said on College Game Day yesterday. He said it was unfair that they fired him from Happy Valley, that he thought Penn State should have stuck it out longer with him, that he is the type of coach that in this day and age it's hard to find that can go out there and win you 11 to 12 games every single season, puts you in the playoffs most seasons, puts you in line to compete for a conference championship. Nate, I got to get your thoughts.
Yep.
Where are we at on James Franklin?
Hey, listen, got a lot of love and respect for Coach Saban. He's a coach. Of course he's going to take James Franklin's side. He sees the business from a coach's perspective, not from a fan's perspective, and that makes a huge difference. You know what Coach Saban didn't include when he was talking about James Franklin getting fired? The fact that he's 4-21 against top 10 opponents in his time at Penn State. And even coming into this season, excluding the bad losses, he only lost to one top 10 team this year, right? I think Oregon's the only top 10 loss that Penn State had. So he was still 4-20 coming into the year against top 10 opponents. So if you ignore this 3-game stretch and try to make a judgment without letting that cloud it, your nation would be pretty happy collectively. James Franklin got the job last year coming into this year, and Billy Napier was fired after that 8-5 season. But they would have only been happy because of a false narrative. They would have been happy because of the Penn State name and the playoff wins that James Franklin was attached to. Once Gator Nation and people here in Gainesville, including myself, did a little more research and realized that he was 4-20 against top 10 teams. Look at Florida's schedule this year, Justin. Look at Florida's schedule last year. You combine those 2 years, that's the hardest 2-year stretch in the history of college football, arguably. The SEC is an absolute gauntlet. You're playing killers week in and week out. And I mean, let's go through the list. Florida is playing, 8 ranked teams this year, right? 7 or 8 ranked teams this year. James Franklin's 4-21 against top 10 opponents. I just don't know if you can give that guy this, give him all this, because he had all this at Penn State, Justin. Florida and Penn State are equivalent programs. He had his chance in the sun. And the sun set on the James Franklin era over in State College, and he is no longer the head coach of the Nittany Lions. So, I wouldn't, if you ask me, do you want Summerall or James Franklin? Yeah, give me James Franklin. He's not at the bottom of my list, but he's also not my ideal candidate.
He feels like to me another safety option.
Safety. We haven't talked about our ceiling yet.
What I will say, and what I'll throw out there is that he's a safety option for Florida. He ain't going to be a safety option for some of these schools. He's going to be the option.
True. Like Virginia Tech?
Virginia Tech. I was thinking the other school in Florida could be a destination for him.
Yeah.
If they do make the move with Norvell, he feels like the kind of fit for them as well. Again, I think if we're looking at safety, James Franklin's the best of both worlds because he does have a proven track record of winning. I know he doesn't have but he made it to a semifinal, so he had to win something. You know what I mean? But I get it. I get the thought process.
I think I take Eli as a safety net over James.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think James is probably safer. I also think there's something to hiring a coach that has been scorned. And that dude, if you listened to him on game day yesterday, said, my goal at Penn State was to win a national championship.
Yeah.
That goal hasn't changed. I'm gonna go do it somewhere else.
Okay.
It makes me want to run through a wall for the guy.
I know, but then should Penn State go hire Billy Napier because he was scorned? Obviously, different situations, but I'm just saying,
he came within one drive of getting.
I know, but we don't hire based off of feel and vibes. We hire based off production.
Well, production says he's 128-60. So
fair. It also says 4-21 against team. Like I said, Justin, having a lot of fun in here with you. Yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't be that upset with James, but again, just another 4th or 5th on the list. That being said, I don't think James Franklin takes a job where he's 4th or 5th on the list.
I don't either.
Yeah, knowing who he is.
You wanted to switch over to ceiling. I'm gonna save the big fish.
We know
the freshwater fish.
We'll get there eventually.
We're saving the freshwater fish for later. I'll throw this one out there. Potential again. I think this guy has a little lower floor than the Drinkwitzes of the world, but I think the ceiling is very much high, and he at least has experience being in the playoffs. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. He's 35 years old. He only has 3 years of experience at a Power 4 school, but he already has won he's out a playoff berth. Did he win the? He didn't win the. Did he win the Big 12 last year?
Yes,
he won the Big 12 last year. He took a team that went from 3 wins in 2023 to the Big 12 championship, and then made it into the playoffs. And really, they pushed Texas to the limit in that game.
Dude, and they were missing their best receiver, Jordan Tyson. What happens if you got your number one option in the passing game?
And he's been a previous offensive coordinator at Auburn and Florida State, and was Lanning's first coordinator over at Oregon. And I think he's helped develop a quarterback in Sam Leavitt, who has, this is going to probably sound bad, he has less talent than DJ Lagway. He just does.
Yeah,
he has a lot
definitely.
less talent. But
almost everyone in the country does.
If you ask me right now, which one, if I had to go win a game tomorrow, who I'd pick, I might pick Sam Leavitt.
That's okay. That's an okay thing to. He just beat Texas Tech, top 10 team in the nation, undefeated.
If you told me I had to win a game with tomorrow, I'm probably picking Sam Leavitt, but I think Lagway's more talented. And the reason I bring that up is because I think if you gave Kenny Dillingham an opportunity to work with DJ Lagway, or even Tramel Jones, I think you would see a top 10 quarterback in the country under his tutelage. He does feel a bit more like a roll of the dice for a program that, like I mentioned earlier, this is the most consequential hire in the program's history. And so when you think about that, Nate, you have to start looking at could going in the Dillingham direction lead you more towards the Billy Napier type stuff, or are we talking that he could obviously bring it? The other thing I will throw out there: would he even leave Arizona State?
That's fair.
His alma
mater. I know. So I understand your hesitancy to say, yep, Kenny Dillingham, that's my guy because of the Billy Napier similarities. So let me actually illustrate the differences for you that make Kenny Dillingham so much more awesome than Billy Napier in terms of what he can do here at the University of Florida as a head coach. One, coaching in the Sun Belt and coaching in the Big 12 are two totally different things. Yes, I get it. He doesn't have SEC or Big 10 head coaching experience, but you're not pulling him from the Ragin' Cajuns. You're not pulling him from the Sun Belt. He's not playing against guys who are going to go work as, I don't know, whatever they're going to do after their life in football over in the Sun Belt. He's coaching in the Big 12. That's a Power 4 job, and he won the Big 12. Another difference, Billy Napier, too stubborn to call plays. Kenny Dillingham, an offensive mind, was the OC for Dan Lanning and is a guy who understands the game of football offensively very well. Justin, Marcus Arroyo, his offensive coordinator, is the play caller at Arizona State because Kenny Dillingham, despite being an offensive guy with an OC background, realized that in today's world of college football, if you want to succeed, you have to go out there and get it. You got to go out there and get recruits. You got to build a program. You got to invest in your NIL. And guess what he did? He went out there and got Cam Scatterbo. Look what Cam's doing in the NFL, man. Cam is a dog. I understand that he played very low-level football before Arizona State, but he was a sought-after transfer when he was making the jump from FCS to FBS football. And Kenny went out there and got him. Kenny's got an eye for talent, and he's brought tremendously talented players to Arizona State. Jordan Tyson could be playing anywhere in the nation right now. Jordan Tyson is a top 5 wide receiver in college football right now. You could even say top 3. And he's over there at Arizona State. Sam Leavitt, like you said, you'd pick Sam Leavitt to win a game tomorrow over DJ Lagway. Why is that? Is that because Sam Leavitt's better than DJ Lagway? No. It's just because he's on a better team, not talent-wise, but with a better system. So Kenny Dillingham has those two major differences when you're comparing him with Billy Napier. Just rewinding back to them, he coaches in a Power 4 conference, so it's not like you're bringing a guy from the Sun Belt. And he also has the ability to delegate. Now, if you do bring in Kenny Dillingham, I would wager that he brings his OC Marcus Arroyo with him. What do you think the lowest number Arizona's put up on the scoreboard is this year?
Arizona State, probably.
Arizona State, yeah.
I don't know, probably 24, 21.
Spot on. 24. Spot on. That was a good guess. Game log, 38, 24, 27, 27, 42,
What was the Mississippi
26, 24.
24.
Oh, excuse me. No, 20. They lost 24-20 in that one. So 20 was the lowest number. The Gators struggle to put up 20 every week.
They did put up more than that against Mississippi State.
Yeah, I guess so. I
But
guess that's true.
It was on the road.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. No,
but hey, a top 10 win against Texas Tech.
Yeah, I mean, great win for them. And frankly, he's doing it with less talent because of injuries and things that are going on. He finds a way to outcoach each and every week. And he did it last year. They were picked, Nate, to finish dead last in the Big 12 last year. And he outcoached everybody along the way and took a quarterback that was a backup quarterback last year. Sam Leavitt was not supposed to be their quarterback. He was not at all. He put him in, and they found a way to go win football games, and then they lost their best receiver, and they still managed to take Texas to the ring. So he checks a lot of boxes. The exciting part for me with Kenny has more to do with it. He's 35, and how many other places is he going to go upward from Florida? How many other jobs are better than the Florida job? Is this a job where at 35 years old he takes over and he doesn't leave for 2 decades because he keeps winning football games?
Just becomes a legend, like
Just
a
becomes a
Steve
legend.
Spurrier here in Gainesville.
Correct. He's
That would be
35.
awesome.
You know what I mean? Like you're not hiring Kurt Signetti, who's 64 years old
No.
and probably has literally the 8-year contract left, and then he's going to retire.
Who's also out of the picture at this point. He's making Kurt Signetti's making almost as much as Ryan Day per year.
Yeah,
he just got a lifetime contract.
That's the thing, is he got the lifetime contract.
Yeah.
He's not. That's it for him. He has 8 years and he's done. Kenny Dillingham can go for another 30 years.
He could go for another 40 dude.
years.
Yeah.
So I really like. He's been somebody that I've kind of been out on, only because I just don't know that he would leave.
Yes, because he's an alum. But I do think that he realizes that there's a ceiling in terms of what he can do at Arizona State.
Sure. And he leaves now, he's a legend.
I don't know. Everything's not about winning in sports. As much as us fans like to think that everything's about winning, there's a desire to win for everyone involved, but there's money, there's legacy, there's family, there are other things involved. So it just depends on what Kenny Dillingham wants. Does he want job security? Because he's never getting fired at Arizona State. He has that job for the rest of his life. Kenny Dillingham, you can go 8-4 at Arizona State, and it's considered a successful season. You can go 7-5, and I don't think the fan base would bat an eye. You come here to Gainesville, and you have 3 bad years. Look what happened to Billy Napier. So you're giving up job security for a chance at greatness, for a chance to ascend to a level of aura and into an atmosphere of college football and exist with the greats that you can't really do at Arizona State. So I think it comes down to what Kenny Dillingham wants. I'm just going to be clear right now. I'm putting all my chips on Kenny. Like, I want Kenny Dillingham here in Gainesville. And actually, funny enough, this weekend, there's a good chance I'm going to be heading out to Tempe to do a scouting report. I might be in Arizona State watching that game. No, seriously, my sister goes to Arizona State.
That's awesome.
And it's family weekend. And my parents and my brother are flying out. And I didn't think I was going to be able to get there, but I didn't realize there was a bye week this week for Florida football when they were booking the trip. So I might actually be able to get out to Arizona State and watch that team play in person and get a better concept of the atmosphere he's built in not really a football town and the offense that Marcus Arroyo runs. So, yeah, I'm all in on Kenny Dillingham, and I'm gonna get to confirm my suspicions this weekend, hopefully in Tempe, Arizona.
Nate, I've known you for a few months now, and you've been on the Kenny Dillingham train since I met you, so that doesn't shock me. Rapid fire here. We already know you don't like John Summerall. Well, not that you like him, but he doesn't fit what you're thinking.
So let me guess, you're about to bring up Golish?
Golish, no. You're out on him too.
Yeah, but can I just say something on Alex Golish really quickly? Just quick. Maybe this is petty of me. Maybe this is because I'm a Gator fan and a student. But you don't come to Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, run around screaming in the coach's suite, and then break an elevator on your way out, and then get the job. Maybe that's just petty of me.
It was his assistants, right?
What?
Him, was it?
No, he was there with them, screaming, wasn't he? I think they were all running together. Okay, well, you know what? I'll watch the video when we get off the air, and maybe if it was just his assistant. But if he was one of the ones screaming, maybe that's petty of me, but you don't do that here in Ben Hill and then get the job.
That's fair. The next one I'll throw out at you, this one kind of just came up on my radar after Friday night. Jeff Brom. You talk about a guy that's really good at winning against top 10 teams. It might be Jeff Brom. When he was at Purdue, I want to say they beat a top 10 team while he was there. Obviously at Louisville now, he's done it a couple times. Specifically, he just beat Miami, number 2 in the country. Really big win. The defense was defensing. The offense looked really good to start the game. They got him out to a nice little lead, and then the defense was able to hold on. 4 interceptions of Carson Beck. He's a proven winner in the ACC. I want to say they made an ACC championship game already. Now, granted, they did lose to Florida State in that game, but they made it there, and he's done some things. And then, frankly, I just love that dude's attitude. I don't know if you've seen the XFL clip.
I was watching it this morning, actually.
It came up too.
Do I have a pulse? Let's go play some football.
What a great clip.
So awesome. Is this the XFL? And do I not have a pulse? Let's go play some football. I actually watched that clip this morning. I was like, oh my God, this guy's awesome. How could, and if you're begging for fire here in Gainesville, that's the opposite of Billy Napier. That's a guy who's going to be expressive.
Yeah. So I'm curious, just really quickly on him. What are your thoughts?
So is it fair of me to say that I expected Louisville to win, not because of Jeff Brom or Louisville, because I was prepared for a Miami collapse midway through the season? We've kind of seen the blueprint of Miami under Cristobal.
Well, it's also Carson Beck, too.
I'm not sold on Carson. You're a Georgia guy. You know all about him.
I was going to say, I was waiting on the inexplicable game where he threw 3 interceptions. But what I threw out there was that he normally wins those games somehow, but that was also when he was at Georgia.
Yeah.
Where he did it against Florida. Like, he threw like 2 or 3 interceptions in a row.
And Lagway got hurt.
And then Georgia woke up as it normally does. And yes, Lagway got hurt. Things happened in that game where you're like, gosh, he did that multiple times. It wasn't just the Florida game. He did that multiple times for Georgia. And I was just waiting on that shoe to drop, Nate. And it finally dropped. It happened against Louisville.
I'm not saying I'm out on Jeff Brom. I just think that if you're looking for a power 4 coach who you think you can win, I'd rather, if possible, I'd rather stay within the SEC and go for a guy like Drinkwitz, or make a play and take the big swing and go for a guy like Kenny Dillingham, who's ceiling.
Sorry about that. Quick technical difficulties. Look, it's a live show. Things happen. We appreciate you sticking with us. That little segment, we've had some slight difficulties just with some of our networking and all that. The technical side that I have no understanding of, Nate, Bill Garay. But we are back after that hopefully quick little delay there. We finished up a little bit. We talked about Kenny Dillingham. I don't know if we've hit on Coach Prime yet, but
we talked a little. We did talk a little Coach Prime.
The last one I'm going to bring up. He's the big fish. Hannah Mack just talked about it earlier today. We went through a little bit of kind of her dream list. I think he's at the top of most list at this point is Lane Kiffin. He checks a lot of boxes. And when you check a lot of boxes, we just went through for the last 40 some odd minutes about what we need to see out of a new head coach at the University of Florida. Lane Kiffin checks a lot of boxes, Nate Bill Garay.
A lot of boxes that a lot of people don't check.
A lot of boxes they don't check. But I also think if you told me I could go build a University of Florida coach in a lab, and I would just walk up to the machine, I would click Lane Kiffin preset, and I'd let it spit it out, and he would come walking out immediately insulting the Georgia Bulldogs and immediately insulting all of the other rivals, letting know that he is now here swaggering into Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, donning the orange and blue, letting everybody know that not only will he not back down, but his dog won't either. Nate, I'm a big proponent of Mr. Lane Kiffin. What are your thoughts, my friend?
So, that's your home run. That's your big swing. That's Lane Kiffin. No one knows football better than Steve Spurrier, especially in context of Gainesville and the Florida Gators. I know the Gators program very well. My knowledge and expertise, when you put it next to Steve Spurrier's, is that of a mouse. So I'll just take exactly what he said on these airwaves here on WRUF. You get Lane Kiffin to coach this program With that offensive mind, based off what he's done for Ole Miss, your floor is 9 wins pretty much every season. You're almost guaranteed at a college football playoff appearance every 3 years, and he's going to get you a national championship within the first 4. That came right from Steve Spurrier's mouth on these airwaves, WRUF. So it's hard for me to argue with the head ball coach. That's your big swing. And there are some factors when it comes to Lane Kiffin. Do I think that he's learned from the past? Maybe. When he was at Tennessee, he left for the USC job because that was his dream job. Ended up getting canned 5 games into the season and came out and publicly said he regretted leaving the Tennessee job because he should have just appreciated what he had when he had it. So if Lane Kiffin values job security, if Lane Kiffin values a program that's going to worship him whether he wins or not, yeah, he's in the right spot. He's a god in Ole Miss. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have to win a ring to be a god in Ole Miss. If you want to come here based on the precedent and legacy that's been set by the legends, Urban Meyer, Steve Spurrier, and then some, you got to win a ring if you want to be a god. So if he wants to settle down with his wife and kids over there in Ole Miss where his daughter goes to school, hang out and live a quiet life, yeah, maybe he'll stay there. Lane Kiffin doesn't live a quiet life. Lane Kiffin wants championships here at the University of Florida. And let me just add one more thing. Lane Kiffin, in a press conference, I believe a couple weeks ago, came after his student section and said, our student section showed up about as much as our red zone offense did when they played Washington State. Lane Kiffin, if you want a student section that's going to show up and show out, I dare you to go watch the broadcast of the Florida-Mississippi State game. I dare you to look up how many sellouts we've had in a row here in Gainesville, despite the lack of success under Billy Napier. If you want to put passion next to passion and go punch for punch, Ole Miss and the University of Florida, well, shoot. It's not even close. It's not even close. It's not even a question. If you want a championship here in Florida, you'd be a god. This is your spot to ascend to where you can be in the college football landscape.
Yeah, I mean, I told Hannah Mack earlier. I said, places like Missouri, Ole Miss is another one. Go there, you have job security. You get statues built here.
Oh yeah.
You get to be.
You get immortalized.
You get to be the coach. You get to be one of the top coaches in the country, and you go down as one of the greats to ever coach the game of football. If you have success at this school, that's just how it is. Urban Meyer is a great when it comes to college football. Steve Spurrier is a great when it comes to college football. That's the end of the list for right now, but Lane Kiffin could be next. The next coach that wins a national championship, because there will be another one. The next coach that wins a national championship at this school will be a legend of the game of football. The problem is you've got to have one heck of an ego to think you can come here and do it. I don't know many coaches in the country with a big Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
And look, that is the same reason there are people in our comment section. They've been in there all day saying, we don't want Lane. Lane's too brash. Look what he did at Tennessee. Look what happened at USC. He can't win the big game. I get it. Look, there's a lot of reasons. That's why I do think that he doesn't have the safest floor. I really do. I will disagree with Coach Spurrier there. I won't necessarily disagree that he can win 9 games, but is he going to win the big one is the question. That will always be. I mean, he showed it this weekend. He did not put Georgia out when he should have.
Yeah, but you put up a fight in Athens against Kirby Smart, and he's got to win over LSU, and Brian Kemp's got a top 10 win this year.
Sure, Nate, but that doesn't do it here. We've
No,
seen that.
you're right.
Dan Mullen went 31-9. If it was
You're right.
about that, if it's about doing it sometimes,
But he's
Dan Mullen might still be the head coach. I know we went over why he's not, but at the end of the day, you have to start looking at this and going, can he win the big one? I think he can. I think it's just there are levels to college football. What he is doing at Ole Miss is about the top of that level.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he is not winning the big game. Did you see that he was playing a D3 quarterback and making the Georgia defense, the vaunted Georgia defense,
man.
making them look silly for most of that game? And yes, when the game mattered, the game was on the line. Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann, and those guys, they made some adjustments.
And Schumann's a guy who's in the people are calling for Schumann for this job, and Lane went out there and just tore up his defense.
He tore it up. with a D3 quarterback. Like, that's
ridiculous.
what we've got to understand is he's doing it with
it's
Trinidad
ridiculous.
Chambliss, who I am not insulting how great Trinidad Chambliss can be, Nate. I'm really not. I promise. But what I am saying, imagine DJ Lagway. Imagine even, let's take it a step back. Imagine Tramel Jones.
Yep.
Imagine whoever, a portal quarterback that has a high ceiling. He's doing it with a guy that every team at not just the Division I level said, nah. Not just the Division II level, nah. But a D3 quarterback, and he's tearing up SEC defenses because he knows how to scheme them up and he can find the gems. I think, Nate, Lane is your guy. He's your home run hire. But as I told Hannah Mack, there's a world where he says, no, I'm happy in Oxford. I really hope that doesn't come to fruition, is that if they have a chance to go get him, they go and get him.
I see that world. I get why you think that world's a reality. But unless Lane Kiffin just really gets off on making fun of a 1,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, millions of populous fan base and making fun of the situation with their head coach and putting out tweets saying, spot the ball, spot the ball. My idol, Steve Spurrier. Spot the ball.
Well,
My idol.
I think he does, actually.
That's who he is. I know. But if anyone would enjoy that, it is Lane Kiffin. But you don't think there's a thought in his mind when he's putting these tweets out there? Look at the reaction. I'm not even over there yet, and these people love me. I'm not even over there yet, and I'm a god in Gainesville. He comes here and actually does it. He'd be more than that.
He would be. Well, Nate, I've obviously enjoyed a very long conversation with you today. I know we didn't plan for this to go probably an hour at this point, minus the technical difficulties, and hopefully that we'll get some of that corrected. And so sorry for that. I'm trying to keep a watch on the stream, but it can be a little difficult to keep a watch on the stream and do the streaming. So we're working on it. We appreciate everybody sticking it with us. And Nate, we'll definitely have you back on. I think you're on Sports Lab. Is it tomorrow, Monday?
Yeah. Yep. I will be on tomorrow. So if you want more from me, not just on coaching replacements, but on where Florida football is at right now, especially for the remainder of the season with your interim coach being named and Ron Roberts remaining to strictly call defensive plays, you'll have that all. I'll give it to you. It'll be right here on WRUF tomorrow with the great Hannah Getman.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that. We're going to take another break, reset, and we may be back with some more content. Thanks for sticking with us. Back with a couple more folks. Some of my favorites, really. We've got Lauren McGill. Gosh, I'm messing up names. This is I think I had a little stroke there. And Michael Tubbs. Lauren, look, this is what you wanted. You were asking for it on Friday. Michael Tubbs was also, I think you guys are calling yourselves the vice president and the president.
I'm the president.
I felt like I lost the Super Bowl when DJ threw that pick because I wanted Billy to go out on a loss in the most embarrassing fashion.
Wow.
He could. Everybody was cheering, and I felt like I lost the game when the interception happened.
That's crazy. I don't know that I've heard anybody say they were hoping for a loss there.
I've actively been rooting against the Gators for the large part of the season because I knew it would be better for the program than the team.
Wow. Look, there's going to be a lot of hate from Michael Tubbs in these comments. I can tell you that right now. A lot of people will tell you you're not a real fan of that. I'm just letting you know now. Lauren's face also says something very similar to what I think I might be conveying right now.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, but
he might be the president, folks.
No, he's the president of apparently hating the Gators. There's a difference between supporting the team and then supporting the demise of the coach. You know? Because I feel like we both knew that it was ultimately going to happen. They were calling it imminent. He was going to be fired today regardless. But there's coaches that were still fired after a win. Jimbo Fisher holds the highest amount of buyout money. I think it's $77.5 million from Texas A&M. He left off of a win against Mississippi State. Isn't that crazy? 2 coaches to be fired in the SEC are coming off of wins from Mississippi State. He was going to be gone either way. I still would rather have a better record with coach gone. You know what I mean? So would you still, like, knowing that he was going to be fired either way, would that change that you wanted them to be fired or you wanted them to lose?
My honest opinion of that is that I was hoping he'd be fired last night. Like, I just wanted him out of Gainesville, to be blatant with you guys. Like, I needed him out of here. And personally, and I feel the same way in the NFL and in other sports, if you're not winning me a national title, let's move on and get there.
Here's how I view it, is the Gators got 4 wins this weekend, starting with Miami's loss on Friday. And then you go to the actual win on last night with Mississippi State. And then FSU lost last night. And then Billy Napier is fired on Sunday. That's 4 wins. We are 4 for 4, okay? I feel like you take those 4 wins and you ride just like this train of winning for a really long time, because the Gators have 2 weeks now of bye week, figure out what you're going to do with interim, figure out what you're going to do with Russ Callaway calling the plays. They have a lot of time to figure that out. So now, because there's a bye week and because there's 2 weeks, that's like 2 weeks of 4 wins. Shouldn't you take that?
I mean, yeah, you can take that. But, you know, this show is about Billy being fired now and kind of what the future of the Gators is. And you bring up a good point going into the Georgia game. And I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on this, because in my head, this team, and they proved it last year, they proved it throughout this season, this team and the recruits that Billy brought in for this team, the roster, they were here to play with him, for him. They backed him fully. And now I'm wondering, not that they're going to give up, but I'm kind of wondering, what's the direction and mood of this team, do you guys think, kind of moving forward with that?
Well, let's hold on, Michael Tubbs. You don't get to come in here and say that you've been rooting for them to lose, for them to get rid of Billy.
Yeah,
and now you're worried about their performance against Georgia? You don't get to do that.
No, that's not what I'm going with. I was more going of, like, what does this look like? Because people want to retain the roster and everything, but do you guys think there's a chance that the team almost gives up on the team because they wanted to play for Billy and now he's gone?
Well, I see it as, if they look bad for the rest of the season, where are they going to transfer to anyway? You know what I mean? Like, if they want to go from Florida to another good team, but then their performance slacks the second that he leaves, that shows that you're not a committed player. And if I were a coach, that is not the player that I would want. But you also have to look at the people that are now, like those big names that we talk about, hoping that they don't leave. A lot of them are now injured. I mean, not Dallas Wilson, thankfully, but VB3 was in a sling last night. Aiden Mizell was in a boot. A lot of the big names, a lot of the wide receiver core and the big names on offense are now injured. So now we have to go into this game thinking about, you know, not that they're going to leave, but who's going to play instead of those names. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you're looking at, you know, Dallas Wilson obviously still around. The receiving core, J. Michael Sturdivant still around. Jaden Ball, what's going on with Trayon Webb? When is he coming? I've always been a big fan of his, and he's just like the running back room is good to see Jacoby Jackson still out. The injuries across the board, especially defensively. But I mean, you bring up the point of, if they don't play well, they're not going to go anywhere. I mean, Dallas Wilson, people are going to want him. Jaden Ball's from Atlanta. I wouldn't be surprised. We've already seen ETN go to Georgia. I wouldn't be surprised if if Kirby tried to get Ball from here.
But I also think that Dallas Wilson and who did you just say? Jaden Ball?
Yeah.
I don't think that they're the kind of players that would be the ones to give up. They're going to play, and they're going to play for the jersey and for the team that they're on at the moment. I don't see Dallas Wilson or Jaden Ball as someone who just throws in the towel. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to a rivalry like Georgia. They're going to play, and they're going to play hard regardless.
Yeah.
So I don't think that matters who they're playing for, coaching-wise.
Yeah, I guess I don't think, like, give up in a sense, but just maybe a different feel on the field. Like, even let's just, like, for DJ, right? Not necessarily his play on the field, but kind of just the atmosphere of the team. How do you keep the hopes alive when they're all bought into a guy who's now gone?
I think that a lot of that has to do with the leadership role that DJ Lagway should have and hopefully has taken on by now. Obviously, your head coach, he's gone. But now you have your wide receiver coach being, your interim. Another Billy, not if you will. It's if that's exactly what's happening.
What's his name?
What's his last name again?
Billy Gonzalez.
Billy Gonzalez, yeah. Billy Gonzalez is your interim coach, Russ Callaway calling the plays. But anyway, I feel like DJ Lagway, as a quarterback and as a natural leader that you should be, and a lot of people credit him with being, that is the person that you follow. Like, I'm not saying that because Billy Napier's gone and that's someone that everyone, valued as their coach. They listen to him. He had the locker room. But in your question of saying, like, what do you do now in that term, I feel like DJ Lagway should step up immensely right now and be able to be the voice of the locker room and the leader that a quarterback should be.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's another thing. I mean, this has just opened up Pandora's box as far as questions of what the future looks like, and I'm curious more to see what Gator Nation's response to DJ is in regards to whoever the next head coach that comes in. I think DJ still has the talent to be a high-level college quarterback. I don't know if Gainesville will have the patience for him to get there, because I don't know if he'll get there next year, but I think by his senior year he can return to that 5-star top-notch quarterback. I'm wondering if Gainesville will have the patience, depending, because if they bring in a guy like James Franklin or Lane Kiffin and want to bring back that win-now mentality, I'm curious to see if Gator fans are going to have the patience to maybe have to wait that year on a quarterback to kind of get back to that level.
But do you think that, I feel like a lot of the reason that he's not on the level that we saw him in last season is because of how much he didn't practice in the offseason.
Yeah,
so when he's healed and he's perfectly fine and he has that regular offseason and the normal amount of time that they're given and he practices and he looks like how he did again, I feel like that growing pains that we're getting now instead of last season, because I feel like we didn't really see it with him much, I feel like they wouldn't exist, especially with a new coach that you can learn from, different tips, different ideas of how you can go about to be a winning quarterback when you have that normal offseason to be practicing like how you should. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's 100% the case, and I'm curious to, again, see that development, because I do think that it is there for him to play like that. But if I give you the asterisks of Lane Kiffin does come in, because he's a big name right now being talked about as far as a lot of people want him in. Lane's a quarterback guy. Mm-hmm. He's got his own guys. He can bring in his own transfers, and I think that's where the questions really come to play. He might come in and be like, no, I want DJ. We're going to run with DJ and go there. That's totally separate, but it's a big question of if he were to bring in his own – actually, I guess – am I saying if you bring in Lane and he wants his own guy, then I guess it really doesn't matter what DJ does.
They're kind of just fitting whatever he wants at this point, I think. Like, because they are willing to give him a lot. But I also think that if it's not Lane, then it definitely depends on the coach, because it could be just how someone sees DJ and decides, like you said, like, I want DJ. If I'm coming to Florida, I want to keep DJ. I think that I can make him better. I think I can have a winning team with him as my quarterback. But on the other hand, you can have a coach who's like, I have a guy that I want to bring in, and I know that we will have a successful season if I have my quarterback and not DJ. So it definitely, like, it's like you said, it definitely depends on what coach comes in and what they see from DJ themselves, because they all vary. Every coach is different. So it's like you said, it's just kind of the future. How is it going to play out? Who's going to come in? There's so much talk about who it's going to be, who Gator Nation wants, who this one wants, who that one wants. Like, and the answers are all very different, I've heard. I mean, yes, Lippin is like the number one answer that you hear from everyone, and then it's like James Franklin. Obviously, Singeti's out of the race, but there's been a lot of talk. But Lane Kiffin's number one. I would say Lane Kiffin is up there for me, but I have a lot of other candidates personally.
You know what's really interesting about James Franklin? Everybody kind of hates on him because he can't win the big game. If DJ can be what we think he is, James Franklin has never had the quarterback caliber of DJ Lagway.
Agreed. I agree. And honest, like, the game that he got fired after, his quarterback went down for the season anyway. So either way, it was not going to look like how they wanted it to either way.
Yeah, Drew Aller's also one of the more overrated. Well, I don't even know overrated because they came in as AP #1 team in the country, but yet Drew Aller was not the Heisman candidate in there.
No, I don't even know why they came in as that.
Well, because you had a great defense that was returning from a semifinalist. You had 2 top 5 backs in the country on your roster in Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. And Drew Aller was supposed to take a big step this year because he's been doing it for long enough. You would eventually think it would click, but it hasn't, and that's the problem. Does that scream the lack of development though? Because Drew Aller, physically, the tools are there, right? Like he's got a big arm, he's pretty mobile. He kind of reminds you of like a poor man's DJ Lagway almost, and I'm just being honest, like that's what he comes across as. And when you look at the physical tools, it's not that big of a step down in terms of like skill set. If you grow him and they've had time to grow Drew Aller at Penn State, and then you see that they let Bo Prabula leave, and look at what he's doing at Missouri. He took them and put it down to the wire against Alabama last week. Bo scores the go-ahead touchdown in overtime against Auburn, and you start looking and going, why on earth did James Franklin let that get away and you let Drew Aller? Because I'm going to tell you, the one thing about Bo, specifically with those 2 running backs, he fits really well. Now, look, they did lose Tyler Warren to the NFL draft, and that's not a small loss. He might be one of the best tight ends that we've ever seen come out in the country. But at the end of the day, there are some red flags when it comes to James Franklin. And I've been a big proponent of he is a good fit in terms of if you want to say floor. I do believe that he is that. But I also see there are red flags about him. And specifically, you bring up him not having an elite quarterback. I almost feel like there's no excuse for him not having an elite quarterback because he's had the same one in that system for multiple years now. Why hasn't it developed, Michael Tubbs?
Yeah, it's a coaching problem, but you can also, I feel like, look at it kind of across the board. You kind of find, in order to win a national championship, you got to build it off high school recruiting over the transfer portal. We've kind of seen that with Lane in a sense at Ole Miss. But we have seen a lot of success with transfer quarterbacks as far as the development of, the Cam Ward type styles, Bo Nix at Oregon and stuff like that. So it is interesting, but I think James Franklin, he's kind of got to be the guy you look at because Florida's looking for the big name, and right now he's the only one available without a job.
Yeah, but if they're willing to hold out, then I see it. It's the big name. It's, he's known for not being a bad coach relatively. In general, he's a good coach. However, I personally don't see him here. I really don't. I'm not saying that he's, not a good coach, like I just said, but I don't see him being a Florida football coach.
Well, here's the other interesting, too, is that if you bring on James Franklin, I don't think it's for a long-term deal. I think it's more under the idea of getting Florida back to a winning program because we know we can win games. If he can get Florida back into the top 5 of the SEC and then maybe look to someone else to come in and finish the job of making a title contender.
That's also money, though.
It's money, but what if you sign him to a 5-year deal?
Would he do that, though? I mean, he just walked out of Penn State with $56 million. I mean
that's the
maybe if he's not in this for...
But you got to remember that Penn State buyout included like some offset language so that if he gets a job at Florida, Penn State pays less of that buyout. Or if he gets a job anywhere, they're going to pay less of the buyout. So he may be interested in taking less money and to stick it to Penn State. That's another option. But what I would also caution on that front is he really the kind of guy that would want to come into a place for 2 or 3 years, whatever it is, when he made it very clear he wants to win a national championship. He said that in his interview on College Game Day, that he's not looking for a rebuilding project again. He doesn't want to come in and just rebuild somebody and then hand it off to somebody and let them go win a national championship with his roster, which is what Penn State's basically trying to do, right? He doesn't want to go through that again in 5 years, and I can't say I blame him. I wouldn't want that either. So I think if you're hiring James Franklin, you have to be hiring him under the assumption that he can take you where you want to go. And if you don't think he can do that, then you shouldn't hire him in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think that he would take a short-term thing. That's the thing, is he's already established himself as a respected winning coach. And as that guy, and as from being that guy coming from what has been notably a winning program for years since he's been there, he does not strike me as a short-term kind of coach, especially when he did say that on College Game Day multiple times, like, we're going to win a national championship. Like, it's going to happen. He is very hopeful and he's firm in the fact that it's going to happen and he's going to go to another team and he's going to turn another team around. But it's like Justin said, if he does come here, I don't see it being a short-term thing at all.
Yeah, it depends on the contract length. I mean, if he's looking at, I want an 8-year deal, then I don't know. Then, yeah, with top dog like Florida, I don't think is going to entertain something like that. But he might also have a grasp on Florida, because if Lane Kiffin isn't available, if a guy like Kenny Dillingham isn't willing to leave Arizona State with what he's got there right now, Florida's not in a position to go. I mean, they can hire whoever they want as far as a group of 5 or anything like that, but do they really want to? And I think right now the coaching pool, as big as it is also kind of limited in that sense, because it's like, do you give Eli Drinkowitz an 8-year deal out of Missouri?
Here's the 4 names that I've heard tossed around through various places. The 4 names that keep coming up that I keep hearing: Lane Kiffin, Marcus Freeman. And again, those are your two.
It's not going to happen.
Those are your 2 big swings. I get it, but those are the 2 big swings. Then it's Drinkowitz, and then the 4th guy, Brent Key from Georgia Tech.
I saw that today. If they, I don't see that happening either.
There is nobody that hates Georgia more than that guy, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also argue that if there are Georgia fans out there, if you ask them which coach they would least like to see get the Florida job, Brent Key might be at the top of that list, even above Lane Kiffin right now.
You're getting back into that risk I know he's coming from the ACC, but you're kind of getting back into that risky, a smaller name. You're hoping he works on the larger scale. Nobody's looking at Georgia Tech as a national title contender.
Yeah.
And that's what you're hoping to get out of a Florida hire. But again, I think there needs to be a discussion. Is Florida in a position to hire a top dog? I think if Lane Kiffin comes in and you keep Ron Roberts, I think in 2 years this is a national contender.
I would say that they are in the position, because just notably how they've been. I mean, I was reminded of it again today that Florida is the only school that has 3 football national championships and 3 basketball national championships. They are known to be a winning school. This is still supposed to be a respected program. While I do think that Billy came in and made it start to look not so way, that doesn't mean that it can't easily get back there in the span of a year. And so I don't want to see a small coach, even relatively ACC, so whatever, but you know what I mean? I want a big fish to come in here and be the guy that makes it, once again, a respectful program, a winning program, put another year up in the swamp of a national championship. And I don't see that happening with a coach who comes from the ACC like that. Again, Georgia Tech's a great team, and he leads them well, but that's not exactly what I'm looking for personally.
I think Florida fans should be looking at them right now, because you're looking at them coming off a 2-10 season, starting off the year hot, beating Alabama, trying to get the turnaround. They're in a spot right now with Mike Norvell where they might be a dead program.
Yeah.
And I think coming off of Billy Napier, Florida has to be careful of that. This is a 3-win team right now. I think you got to be careful of what could happen if in the next 3 years this isn't turned around to a consistent, at minimum, 8-win team. I think it could get dangerous, because right now, looking over the last 10 years, it's not looking good for Florida football.
And that's why, if you're trying to get to that 8-win team again, someone who is not as big of a name like Lane Kiffin or Marcus Freeman, I don't think it's going to happen. But that's why a big name needs to come to the program, or else we fall into that risk that you're talking about.
No, I think the Brent Keys of the world are your more risky, lower floor guys. The ceiling with those guys are very high. I'll give them that. And his hatred for Georgia cannot be understated. I genuinely believe that. Like, that dude is fine going 1-11 at Georgia Tech as long as the 1 is against Georgia. That's how much he hates them. He played against them at Georgia Tech for 4 seasons and loves Georgia Tech. So I don't know that he would leave, but he's an interesting name that I've seen thrown out there as a potential if all the others end up falling through. But I think, truthfully, I think one of those top three has to say yes at this point. Specifically, Drinkowitz, and I've referred to him a couple of times as talking to Nate, talking to Hannah Mack, and he feels like the safety net that you kind of pull if Lane says no, and if you take the big swing at a Marcus Freeman or a Dan Lanning and they both say no, which I think they will for what it's worth, then he feels like the safety net kind of coach. I know Lauren has had some other names, specifically Clark Lee was on the short list, and then there's a lot of names. I've seen Dan Orlovsky tweeted out Coach Prom, John Summerall, John Summerall from Tulane. Again, Todd Golish from down at USF. And I think Lauren is spot on with you cannot sit here and hire another one group of five or an unproven. I mean, Scott Stricklin said in his statement, right? He said he wants an elite coach. And if you're going to go with an elite coach, there's only so many of those out there if we're being honest with ourselves. But I think what that means, and reading between the lines, is Power 4 coach with experience and has some winning history. Outside of that, I think you can eliminate. I think that specific thing has to eliminate some names, and if it doesn't, then the Scott Strickland discussion comes up because you're like, well, you said an elite coach. If you end up with John Summerall or something like that, I think everybody here would go, I thought you said we were getting an elite coach. The names that pop into my mind when you say an elite coach are Lane Kiffin, even James Franklin, your Marcus Freemans. I don't know if I would consider Eli Drinkwitz an elite coach, but you could at least convince me that he's had success in the SEC. I can see it. Clark Lee. Don't know that he's necessarily what you would consider an elite coach, but again, you could sell me on the fact that he has had success at the SEC level, taking a team that hasn't been good since James Franklin left. And so I can at least get behind that. Outside of those names, though, you start getting down into the Golishes, the Will Steins, the Jed Fishes, and I'm like, who are we talking about? What happened to elite? And so I think elite has to be reserved for people that actually have sustained and shown success. And I don't know that I think if you start getting too far down the reservation a little bit with some of these names that we're throwing out there, and I mean, even Brett Key, as much as I think that he hates Georgia enough, and I think that he's got some level of experience and done some good things in the ACC, I can see where that would even give you pause because he hasn't done it for long enough. And frankly, he hasn't won. He wins big games every year, but hasn't been able to kind of sustain that success. Though he came real close last year to beating a lot of really good schools in a short amount of time. The other name that me and Nate talked about was Brom at Louisville. And initially Nate was like, no way. And then I read him off his upset since 2018. Remember, he took Purdue to a Big Ten title game. Let that sink in for a second. Purdue in the Big Ten title game with Michigan and Ohio State and all that. He took them there. In 2018, he beats number 2 Ohio State 49-20. In 2021, he beats number 2 Iowa 24-7. Then in 2021, he beats Michigan State 40-29. They were ranked 3rd overall. Then in 2023, he beats number 10 Notre Dame 33-20. Last year, he beats number 11 Clemson 33-21, and then he obviously just beat Miami 24-21. That 2021 season long, Iowa and Michigan State in the same year, top number 2 and number 3 in the country at the time. That's pretty impressive for Jeff Brom. And he's got the Louisville, and he's got a little bit of a swagger about him. I'm interested. Do you guys have any thoughts on potentially going after somebody like Jeff Brom, who I don't know that you would call him elite yet, but he seems to be elite in waiting, so to speak?
I think the biggest concern with this Florida hire is not the lack of options. I think there's a lot of really good coaching candidates out there for every school that needs a coach. I just think the pressure of not whiffing on it is so immense right now that taking the risk, I mean, it's definitely a lot more comfortable than an Alex Golish, I think. But I think you have to get someone that's won in some way at the top level. I just think there's too much pressure on this hire.
First of all, been thinking about this since you reminded me of his statement. Stricklin's saying that he's on the search for an elite head coach and that he'll settle for nothing less. He's been settling for that for 4 years. If he's the one leading the search for a quote-unquote elite head coach, take him off the job. I'm not saying take his job away. Don't let him be the one who finds it, because he was okay with less than mediocre for years. Okay? Just say that first. Second of all, I would not be okay with a guy like that, because talking about Louisville's head coach, what's his name? What'd you say his name was again?
Jeff Brom.
Yeah. He has these great notable wins over the past few years. But having one big game like that, same thing with Brent Key. I was thinking about this. He hates Georgia. That's great. Georgia's one game out of the year. Having one big game be the win and it be Georgia, obviously as a Florida fan and in general, I would be ecstatic. But that shouldn't be the only game that matters.
Well,
same
sure,
thing with
Brom.
Brom.
For the first 2 years that Brom is at Louisville, he had 10 wins, 9 wins, went to an ACC championship. So it's not just the one win. He does have a history of actually winning multiple games. It's not just that he gets up for big games. He has a history of winning. And again, he took Purdue to a Big Ten championship game.
Aren't
That's
they
not
unranked?
nothing.
Isn't Louisville unranked right now?
I'm sure they'll be ranked now. They just beat number 2 in the country. And they're 5-1 on the season.
Louisville?
Yeah.
Yeah. Louisville's been really good. I think another factor, too, when looking at a head coach, and this might be entirely on me, I don't want to see Ron Roberts leave. I mean, what we saw against Mississippi State, he held them to 7 up until the fourth quarter, playing with a bunch of freshmen in the secondary. I am fully on board, if we can, getting an offensive-minded coach and keeping Ron Roberts on this team, because I think he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the country right now.
Yeah, I don't know how feasible that's going to be.
And if it's not, it's not.
You know, you're bringing in a new coach. They're probably going to want to keep their own guys. But, well, guys, we're gonna wrap up real quick. Do another reset. Figure out kind of where we're going with the rest of the evening. But as always, I've enjoyed talking a little football with the president and the vice president, Lauren McGill and Michael Tubbs. We'll be back shortly.